Thank you so much. Good evening. Calling this meeting to order a little bit late today. We had a closed session and we'll be reporting out on that in just a minute. But I'm here to say that all of my colleagues are here and in person. And Vice Mayor, will you do the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out on the closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did meet in closed session on two related items. One matter of conference with real property negotiators for property as noted on the agenda, and one matter of anticipated litigation related to shared potential liability related to a shared property line running down the middle of the Pismo hillside, as reflected in a letter on file with the city clerk. The council provided general negotiating parameters on price and terms related to the real property matter and litigation strategy, and there was no other further reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, in the beginning of the council meeting, one of the fun times we get is a little proclamation to be able to share about what is going on in our community. And I'm going to pass this on to Vice Mayor to share about the Bike Month.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to read the proclamation for Bike Month. Whereas May was declared National Bike Month for each of the last 69 years and is so again in 2025. Whereas the bicycle is a viable and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent form of recreation. And whereas millions of Californians will experience the joys of bicycling during the month of May through educational programs, races, community events, group rides, charity events, and just going for a ride. And whereas San Luis Obispo offers urban and rural cycling routes popular to riders statewide, and whereas these bicycling activities and attractions have great potential to have a positive impact on San Luis Obispo's economy and tourism industry and stimulate economic development, and whereas creating bicycle-friendly communities is shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, boost community spirit, improve traffic safety, and reduce pollution and congestion, and whereas the League of American Bicyclists, Cal Bike, bicycle clubs and advocacy organizations, schools, companies, and civic groups throughout California will be promoting bicycling as a leisure activity and as an environmentally friendly alternative to the automobile during the month of May. And whereas the education of bicyclists and motorists on the safe operation of bicycles is important to ensure the safety and comfort of all users. And whereas Cal Bike, the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, Bike Slow County, and other organizations across the state will promote bicycle safety during the month of May. And now therefore, I, Michelle Shoresman, Vice Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, recognize the month of May 2025 as Bike Month and urge all who support bicycling to participate in May's events and urges all road users to share the road safely with bicyclists. And I believe we have someone from Bike Slow County. Oh, Adam Fukushima, our active transportation manager, is going to receive the proclamation. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much. I'm glad to receive this on behalf of Bike Slow County and the ATC Chair. Just to remind folks about Bike Month and all the things happening, you can go to rideshare.org and find out about all the things. There's things before work, there's things after work. Particularly, there's going to be a bike breakfast here on the City Hall steps on May 6th from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll have our much loved bike DJ out there playing some tunes. So come out there and enjoy the fun. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It will be a really exciting month with lots of things, lots of events happening. So next we have the city manager report, and city manager, will you provide an update?
Yes, thank you very much. We have some slides to highlight some of the work that's been happening in the community and to explain a few things coming up. First, we wanted to highlight that this past Saturday, April 12th, we held the next installment of our Community Belonging series, which is a series of events put on by Cal Poly's Office of University Diversity and Inclusion in partnership with the city's Office of DEI. This Black, Indigenous, and People of Color, or BIPOC Business Walk, celebrated BIPOC-owned businesses in San Luis Obispo that included a guided walking tour with free samples and snacks to allow business owners to share their stories and highlight the budding diversity of SLO's economy. Businesses visited include Ebony, CJ's Barbecue, Smokehouse, Thrifty Beaches, Corazon Cafe, and Buen Dia. And after the tour, there was more time for self-guided exploration and business promotions. There were about 40 participants for the walk, and it was incredibly inspirational for everyone. And we want to thank the SLO Chamber, Cal Poly, and all of the businesses that participated in this event. Next, we wanted to give a little update on what's happening at our 842 Palm Street garage. We've been asking folks for feedback on how things are going since we changed out the gate from a gateless system to a newly gated system. And based on that feedback, we've been making some changes, and that includes making sure that the existing access cards are working properly, making the grace period a little longer after people pay for their sessions to make sure they have time to get out of the structure, adding an additional camera location for the license plate reader. So this is what's different in this garage compared to our other more established garages, the other ones that have a different gated system. This one uses LPR reading technology to help you pay for your session and be able to exit right away. And there's just some smoothing out that we're working on with that system. This will also help the incoming cars as well. So we really want to thank everyone for their feedback, for their patience as we test out our new equipment and make these changes. We want to make sure we're continuing to adjust and really hear from folks to make this as smooth as possible. So thank you for that, and please continue to let us know what your issues are, and we will make adjustments to address those over time. Next, we wanted to highlight some of the Bike Month activities that are happening in May. So we just received or offered a proclamation on this and wanted to as well highlight some of these events. The cities joined SLO COG's Rideshare and other participating organizations, partners, and community members in May to celebrate our Bike Month. Whether you bike for fun, fitness, or transportation, this is an invitation to connect with the community at various events organized by local businesses, organizations, and people throughout our community. Our staff will be participating in several of these throughout the month. Some of them are listed here, but there's a full calendar of events that can be viewed at rideshare.org, so please check that out. Our active transportation team is planning to attend several of these to promote our new Roll and Stroll education hub. So at a prior city manager report, we highlighted that. It's available on our website as well, just a way to see videos and get tips and tricks on how to use our bike infrastructure with some FAQs and other questions and answers to help everybody enjoy all of our various amenities around the city. Rideshare will also be giving away one prize every week and 2 foldable bikes at the end of the month. So if you log your rides in irideshare.org, then that's how you enter to win. And we want to thank everyone for their participation and help in celebrating this. Next, we want to highlight that we have some new fast EV chargers available in city parking lots, and there will be more coming in the future as well. Just in time for Earth Month, there are a total of 8 fast EV chargers now available for community use at the parking lots of Johnson Park, which is next to the YMCA, and Santa Rosa Park as well. As transportation is our community's largest source of climate pollution, these chargers are a part of our climate action plan and can provide most electric vehicles with an 80% charge in less than half an hour. The project is possible through a public-private partnership with Volta Energy, who has installed and will own and operate these public chargers in our parking lots, as well as maintain them over time. And that's not all, so we're not done with this work. There will be 8 additional chargers coming online at the Calle Joaquin Park and Ride lot and our Amtrak Railroad parking lot later this year. So we really want to thank everyone, our teams in our staff, as well as our contractors, for rolling this out. Again, this is available for public use, and we really hope folks take advantage. We also wanted to take an opportunity to highlight and celebrate an award that was received recently. On March 24th, Lucia Pullman and Freddie Audi from our Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources were awarded the CAL FIRE's Directors Award for partnership, along with the Yaktichu Yaktahini Northern Chumash Tribe members Becca Lucas and Kelsey Schaefer. The award honored the city and the tribe's participation with CAL FIRE for the Johnson Ranch Cultural Burn, which took place last June. This revival of traditional ecological knowledge represents the first Indigenous-led burn in the tribe's living memory and has led to additional cultural burns at city open space and other areas in the tribe's ancestral homelands. And we're really grateful for the opportunity in this partnership and for our team's leadership in this effort. It's a really amazing testament to the work that we're doing with our partners, and we look forward to more in the future. So thank you all. Kind of moving along with some additional good news, our Parks and Recreation Department's Aquatic Division and Aquatic Coordinator, Sean Tucker, received the CPRS Aquatic Section Award for Comprehensive Water Safety Campaign and the website that staff created last spring and summer. Sean was also a co-presenter at the annual state conference in March in Sacramento on developing and implementing an aquatic facility safety manual. This is a great accomplishment. We really just want to highlight the great work already happening at our swim center and with our aquatic staff. So kudos to Sean and our entire Parks and Rec department. At the same time, we want to also highlight that May will be here soon, and it is the National Water Safety Month. So please be sure to check out the SLO Swim Center webpage about our award-winning water safety educational information and really highlight the importance of water safety in our community. We also want to provide a quick update on where we're at with 1150 Laurel Lane building. This was a topic of conversation as well at our last city council meeting. Just a refresher, in March, the city issued a notice in order to vacate the building to the building owner because it was deemed dangerous by our chief building official. And since then, an appeal of this notice in order was filed with the city, and this means that our Construction Board of Appeals will consider this appeal. It is scheduled on May 1st at 1 p.m. here in Council Chamber. In the meantime, this means that enforcement of the notice and order is stayed. So we will not be taking specific enforcement actions during this time, meaning no fines will be accruing. Thank you. May 5th, I transposed the numbers sitting in front of my face. The appeal will be heard on May 5th at 1 p.m. Thank you for that clarification. So if anybody's concerned or curious or wants to participate in that, that's the time frame for the appeal. We, of course, are continuing to work with impacted tenants out there, answering questions, facilitating to the extent we can if they are looking for alternative places for their businesses and activities. And we are also continuing to work with the property owner on a plan for bringing the property into compliance and making it safe. So just wanted to provide that brief update there. And then finally, just to look at our upcoming 2 council meetings, we will be holding a special council meeting on April 29th. This is the 5th Tuesday. We couldn't let it go to waste. We have a lot of items that we need to, business items to get through, so we wanted to take an opportunity to really hold a business item discussion about our water and wastewater rates that are proposed to be increasing. There is a summary of that in our strategic budget item later this evening, but this will be a specific opportunity to dig into what that means, why the increases are proposed, and to seek direction to issue the Prop 218 hearing notices. The hearing is proposed to be scheduled for June 17th. The one other consent item we have on that agenda is to formalize a tax exchange agreement for the Grand and Slack housing project and other detachment actions that we took last year related to Cal Poly. This is an exchange of $0 for $0 since it is a state-owned property. Next, our regular meeting on May 6th has a number of consent items. We will be excited to recommend acceptance of a grant for development of a vegetation management plan that we anticipate helping us with our open space maintenance. Our annual reports for both the San Luis Ranch and Avila Ranch projects. We will be discussing abandonment of a slice of right-of-way off of San Luis Drive, taking next steps on our groundwater contamination cleanup project, receiving and filing our single audit, and then our public hearing and business items will include our annual cannabis program update and an introduction of an ordinance to make some cleanup amendments to that ordinance, the cannabis ordinance, reviewing and introducing an ordinance to amend our airport area specific plan, and then reviewing proposed tank farm road striping modifications. So we'll look at a couple of alternatives and then authorize this year's paving project to move forward, which would include those striping alternatives. So that's it from me for my report.
Thank you. That's a lot of information, but a lot of good information. With the EV chargers, one, super excited. Some people have asked about the map. Where do I find the chargers outside of their outside of their phone maps? Is there an EV charger map of Slow City somewhere on our website?
That is a great question. I'll need to phone a friend for that.
Okay.
And if we can't answer that here tonight, we'll certainly be able to provide some follow-up information.
No problem. Great. Thank you. And the last question with that I was also received was, well, when will there be some downtown? Of course, we have those downtown that are right by the Choro and Marsh garage, or structure.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, those are not fast chargers, correct?
I have to admit, because I haven't used them.
Okay. No, they're not. Okay.
They are
Thank
not.
you so
Thank
much.
you.
That's what I was pretty sure, but I wanted to make sure. All right.
great.
Thank you so much.
We do also have chargers that are planned for the new parking structure, the Cultural Arts District parking structure as well.
Yeah, that'll be perfect. Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? We're also identifying the other fast chargers, but they're not owned by the city, so I was leaving that out. Okay, well, thank you so much for that great report. Without any other questions, we get right to public comment. So these are these are for items that are not on the agenda. And if we have any public comment items or speakers?
We do not.
Wow, okay. So we'll move forward to consent agenda. These are items that are considered not controversial and relatively routine. Anything that needs to be pulled from my colleagues? Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I believe we need to pull the short-range transit plan for Councilmember Marks and I to abstain from the vote on.
Thank you. Is that, you have that as well? Recuse yourself?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Would you like to visit our room next door and then we'll come back? Or do we need to, City Attorney?
Yeah, we don't have to, we just have to note the abstention.
Great.
So long as it's not pulled for separate discussion, the clerk can just note the abstention on a consent item and they don't have to actually leave the room.
Perfect, thank you so much.
City Attorney, do I need to reiterate the reason or?
I believe you stated it at the last meeting, but if you want to put it on for the record.
Because of my proximity to one of the routes that was discussed during the short-range transit plan, my home is too close to one of the routes.
Okay, well, without further ado, do we have any public comment on the consent agenda items?
Yes, we have two, one on item H and one on 6I. So H is Matt Cogan, and then 6I is Fitzgerald Kelly.
Good evening. My name is Matt Colkin, and I own some property on South Tiger Street, 2995. And that property doesn't have a sidewalk on it at this time, and there's another property right next to me which is the same way. It's gravel. And about 5 years ago, I got a letter saying that the city was interested in getting the easement from us on that, and we started talking about it. Then the interest waned and nothing happened, and then the interest came up again. The city said they wanted to finally get started on it, and we started talking about it, and we're progressing very well. I have a whole bunch of stuff on the negotiations and comments which have not been addressed, and I got a letter on the 31st of March saying that essentially saying that due to not good faith negotiation on my part, the city council is not interested in doing that anymore and has given over the authority to stop that project to the engineering department here. Well, that's hogwash because I have negotiated and been talking about it continually. In fact, the right-of-way agent that the city has used had just recently sent me a letter saying that these are the things that we had talked about, and he wanted the engineering department to sign off on him. I never heard back from him until I did get this letter, which is a demand. To me, that shows that, in my opinion, it's very bad faith negotiation on the part of the city council, or part of the city, through whoever they talk. And I consider it wrong to be given, being forced to make a decision at this point before anything has been decided. I've been willing to talk about it, but the various items that the right-of-way agent stated that he was willing to give to the city, and in his recommendation the city should apply into that project, I haven't seen anything, but and then I get this letter saying that the discussions are over and it's not going to be continued. So my request is for the city council not to permit this item to take place at this time, because it's wrong to stop the negotiations. It shows bad faith, and I will pursue it if I need to at whatever level. So my suggestion is that you don't permit the decision to be made by the staff or the engineering staff of the city at this time.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank
Fogarty.
you. Appreciate your attention. And I had sent some stuff to the city council members on the items already.
Thank you.
I hope they don't put bike lanes on that street.
Fitzgerald Kelly.
My name is Fitzgerald Kelly, and I live on Bouchon Street, 1110. So I'm really close to Mitchell Park and the Senior Center. And I'm here tonight to alert the council on what is happening at Mitchell Park. In early March, there were 2 postings for removal of trees. A total of 4 trees, 1 magnificent magnolia, and 3 cedar woods in the park area. And they have been removed. In addition, there were 2 other trees removed at the end of 2024 at the entrance of Mitchell Park at the corner of Pismo and Santa Rosa. And the thing that we have a problem with is that the maintenance entrance at Santa Rosa is used primarily for the employees of the park and the garbage truck to pick up the refuse. So that's where the cedar woods are. And the magnolia is just a grand tree with a 3-foot diameter trunk. really significant. And they are, apparently, they are in the way of, quote, progress in the city. I went to the last month's meeting of the tree committee to ask them what the status of these moves efforts were. And they had no idea. One of the members of the committee, it could have been the vice chair, I'm not sure. He said, "Where'd you get this information?" And I said, "I got it from the park, the postings that are required to announce the intended removal of trees." So that was a surprise to me, that the tree committee did not know anything about it. So let me go on. Unless you were curious about seeing a sign on the sidewalk or out there in the yard or in the grass or wherever, you aren't. Unless you're a curious sort of person, you're going to not know what is that. This is an important announcement, and you have a certain amount of time to respond to it, like weeks. So, and then one of these days you're going to go by there and say, "What happened to the tree that was here?" "Oh, I don't know." So that is part of the problem that we're having on Mitchell Park. In addition, within the last month, there was a really significant, I think it's called an Italian black stone pine, was removed at the across from, in front of the VA administration building, across from the bicycle shop, and the bicycle shop is part of the post office parking area. So this was a really big tree. I had one on my farm. And holy moly.
So sorry, sir. 3 minutes goes so fast. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Is that the last commenter?
Yes, that was fine.
Okay. Typically, we don't usually respond to public comments, but I do think it would be helpful in this moment to have an answer from staff about the right-of-way discussion. Is that something we should put on hold? Is that something we've been discussing? That would be great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Matt Horn, Public Works Director. So tonight before you, you have 9 different recommendations on Higuera Street, one of which is of concern tonight with the public comment. Basically, what we're asking council to do is authorize staff to issue one more offer to those 2 properties on Higuera Street. And if the offer is accepted, to move forward with the project. We're into this about 5 years now, and we believe that our good faith, our resources that we put forward during this time has been adequate. And at this point in time, we're probably at the point where it's not in the best interest of the community to move forward with the property acquisition at the current rates that we're talking about. So recommendation 9 is to authorize staff to do one last offer to the property owners to implement the project. And if accepted, we'll move forward with it. If not, we'd like to use that funding to move forward with other projects on Higuera Street.
Perfect. Thank you. City Attorney?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to respond to the information provided by Mr. Kokkonen does reflect some additional items that I understand the property owner had discussed wanting the city's agent to put forward to the city. I wanted to provide a little bit of context and explanation. So the requested items conveyed through the city's agent to the city staff are improvements to the private property proposed to be completed and or funded by the city, or the private property owner compensated for those private improvements unrelated to the project itself, which raises concerns about the expenditure of public funds for private benefit unrelated to the project. And so that's the reason that staff was not willing to consider those items. So I want to just address the sort of assertion that that was in bad faith. It's not that staff was acting in bad faith. It's just that staff is trying to act as a good steward of public funding and expend public funds only for those portions of the acquisition that relate to the public benefit.
Great. Thank you for that kind of background. Also, I just wanted to thank Mr. Horn as well as Chief Tuggle for giving a little bit more information on the agenda with agenda correspondence. That was very helpful, as well as, sorry, Ms. Harnett as well. I don't see her. Oh, there she is. Because I think that there were just a little bit of questions some people had on the consent agenda item, so thank you. With that, Councilmember Marks.
Yes, I had a question about the tree removal in Mitchell Park. It's my understanding that the city is subject to the same regulations that a resident would be, or property owner. So what happened in this case, if it didn't go to the tree committee, there's a process involved. Yes, sir?
Yes, ma'am. There's a process for tree removals, and I don't have all the information for the Mitchell Park tree issues. I'll have to get that information and report back to council.
Thank you. I think it's really important, so thank you.
Thank you. With that, do we have a motion? Vice Mayor.
I'll go ahead and move approval of the consent agenda.
Great. Is there a second? Councilmember Boswell.
Second.
And can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Shorsman,
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
To be clear, we're only voting on the items minus the short-range transit plan. I just want to make sure that was articulated
You
in
can
the
just say that you're
motion. Okay.
recusing on that item.
Okay, abstaining from that item on the short-range transit plan.
Councilmember Marks? Yes, except I have to abstain for 6C because they're talking about a bus route near San Luis Ranch where I live. Mayor Stewart.
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Well, with that, we'll move right into our public hearing and business item that I believe a lot of staff members are here for in your evening time. Thank you. So if you would like to come up to the table, Finance Director Emily Jackson and Principal Budget Analyst Riley Kuhn. Or not Riley. I believe the city manager will be kicking us off with this report. And
Do we have any general public comment? Just want to double check.
we did that already.
As part, okay, thank you.
Yes, we did that. And so the city manager will be kicking us off. And I just want to say, as we're getting reports ready, just for those of you who don't know, April is Financial Literacy Month. So there are, it's kind of apropos that we're working on our budget at this time. Everything okay? All right, great. All right, we're going to get set up for the report, and we'll see you in just a second.
So as we get the PowerPoint pulled up, just a little bit of orientation to what we have to present to you all. There's a lot of material for us to go over, and so we've built in some pauses in the presentation for time to ask questions. We've broken it down into 3 kind of main sections, so we'll pause at those slides that ask for questions about our major city goals and work plan items, about our capital improvement plan, and about essentially our draft or budget recommendations that we're making for the general fund and our enterprise funds. So as we go ahead and get going here, I wanted to take an opportunity to kind of give a high-level overview and just big picture of where we are and where we're headed. We are planning ahead for our budget realities is sort of the theme of where we're at right now. We do see flattening revenue that is below our previous projections, and based on that, we needed to create a constrained budget. Of course, we're also looking out for other types of cost escalations that can happen, as well as other things occurring in the world that may or could likely impact our revenues into the future as well. Our budget development process this year, or for this financial plan, really reflected the realities of where we're at today, knowing what we know. But we do have more work to do. So what we did was we created a non-staffing operating budget that was flat. So essentially taking the staffing component out of the equation and really focusing on our other spending within our departments, not increasing the spending there as we normally would to account for things like natural cost escalations and inflation. Traditionally, we might increase a department's assumed budget by, say, 3%. This year, we did not do that, and that required our departments to make cuts to what they ordinarily would be spending. The result of this, we'll go into more detail about what that required and some restorations to our operating budgets that we needed to do to address some pretty urgent needs. And then we went through a series of reviews on significant operating budget changes that were requested and are making recommendations for what we consider and what I consider to be a pretty limited palette of changes. And that's really to account for some urgent needs, recognizing that, again, our revenues are flat and are down quite a bit from where we were hoping to be at this point. Through this process, it also became clear that we do have a structural deficit. In other words, our spending is outpacing our projected revenues. So as a result, we do need to take additional steps to bring that into control and to make sure that in the next financial plan, we will not need to rely on one-time funding or other funding sources in order to make things balanced. Again, of course, we're continuing to keep an eye out for market considerations that everybody, I think, is feeling. Hopefully folks are trying to not look at their portfolios on a regular basis for their mental health. But we are very attuned to that and trying to make sure that we are aware of our spending decisions that could be impacted in the future. All of this to say, we're not done. What you will see is we're proposing a balanced budget, but we're not done with the work yet. Very soon, later this week, I intend to activate our fiscal health contingency plan. And that's a plan that has been in place for a number of years that we rely upon when there are things that happen that could constrain our budgets or the last time we did this was actually not that long ago. It was related to the storms in 2023. We knew we needed to spend a lot of money on things that we hadn't anticipated in order to respond to the storm, so we activated the fiscal health contingency plan at the time. And that's typically something we do to just keep our spending under control. And in this case, it will help set us up for reductions in the future and to try to just be very conscientious about our spending. In addition, we will be looking at long-term strategies to be considered in the future as well. And the goal is to have those prepared and presented for council and the public's consideration before the end of this financial plan. So really by our what we call our supplemental budget, which is the second year of our two-year financial plan, to make sure that we're on the right path. And as we get into numbers, you'll see more why it is that we believe we need to keep taking these steps. So I just wanted to kind of set the stage a bit and walk through where we're headed. I think maybe if I can cover the next handful of slides. Our big picture questions for you all tonight include look at our work programs and work plans to make sure that they address the needs that have been identified in our major city goals. To review our capital improvement plan to make sure that our projects and budget allocations address needs as well. And then to just take a look at our overall budget and are there any other changes that you would like to see us implement before we come back for a hearing on June 17th for adoption. Just a high-level overview, I think some folks are hopefully familiar with this graphic that show where we're at. So we're actually at the bottom of that funnel at this point. We've done a lot of work to get here, a number of discussions with council and opportunities for feedback from the public that really have led us to this point. And then again, our next step from here will be our actual budget hearing in June on the 17th. And next, we put together a couple of big picture slides to talk through our total budget, just to give everyone a summary of what's the big picture number we're looking at. Our general fund budget amounts to a little less than $117 million. And the rest of our enterprise funds round that up to a little over $205 million for our spending proposed over each year. This is the first year of the 2-year financial plan, so we should say fiscal year 25-26, just to kind of orient people. I know folks ask in the world, you know, what's your budget? And this is the big picture budget there. And then next, we've broken that down into our departments so that you get a sense of where that funding lies within our organization. We were asked to try to explain to what degree is funding provided to what might be considered core services, as opposed to items that we are discussing as potentially new under our work plans. It's pretty difficult for us to describe that at this point in time, since a lot of those programs are really embedded throughout the organization. But we wanted to give everyone a big picture, kind of look at the pie and where things shape up. So we're happy to go into more details. And then again, just to orient, we will provide those break times for you to ask questions of staff. And from there, you know, hear any direction after public comment. So thank you. I think I'm done.
Thank you, Whitney. That was a great introduction. Like our city manager noted, all of the numbers and all of the conversations we're going to be having this evening are our draft recommendations. As Whitney noted, the purpose of this evening is to get your feedback, get your input, so that the budget we deliver to you for your consideration on June 17th is very much in line with where you want to see us heading and how you would like to see the funding allocated. So I would expect and ask you to expect that the numbers that you're seeing on the slides tonight are going to be tweaked slightly between now and June 17th. We already have a number of things that we know are out of date. We'll highlight those in the presentation this evening, and we'll be working over the next about month to figure out how to incorporate some of those changes into the recommendations without compromising our ability to present you with a balanced budget on June 17th. So the first portion of the evening is to review the major city goal work programs. Major city goals, of course, were identified in your February goal setting session following a number of rounds of opportunities for our community to provide input on the budget and help you all to identify priorities for the coming 2 years. Good news for all of us is that based upon the input we're hearing from the community, we seem to be on the right track. There's been a great deal of consistency in the major city goals over the last 8 years, and so we were happy to see that continue, because it means that we're just gonna be doing more of the same good work that we've been doing in each of these areas. This slide shows the major city goal language that council landed on at the highest level, and then the following slides are they're going to be an eye chart, I'll just warn you. But we thought it was important to put all of staff's identified work plan items up on the screen so that we could go through it and make sure that the council is really comfortable with where that landed. For the listening public, the work plan items are really staff identified actions that we can be taking in order to achieve council's adopted major city goals. And so some of these are things that we're operationalizing within our day-to-day, and some of them are distinct tasks that will occur in order to further some of the work being being done in the major city goal areas. So we've got 2 to 3 slides on each of the major city goal areas. We can go through them slide by slide, or if there are questions from the council, this is one of the areas we're going to talk about as we go and take your questions and any input that you may have, at least initially, so that we can kind of consolidate that all in the presentation before we move on to the numbers. So we'll start, we'll go through in order. These are the major city goal work plan items identified by staff for our first major city goal: cultural vitality, economic resilience, and fiscal sustainability. This goes on to 3 slides. So I'll pause here and see if there's anything in this major city goal category that council would like to discuss.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I had a question, I guess, for the mayor. Usually we have questions, then we hear public comment, and then we go through deliberation. So if we have things that we'd like to add or subtract from, work plan items, should we save that for deliberation, or how do you want to?
That's a great question. Part of why we thought we should kind of take a little pause is this is about almost a 2-hour presentation. So we figured we kind of break that up a little bit. I think the first phase is really, do you have any questions about what is on there currently? And if you don't have any questions about what's on there currently and you want to deliberate later about potentially changing some of those, we'll do that at the end. So kind of asking questions about each phase, then we'll have public comment, and then we'll do the deliberation. Does that work? Okay, I'm seeing nodding of heads.
I think that would be great. It'll give our staff a heads up. If you've got questions, they'll have quite a while to prepare.
Great, thank you.
Responses. Vice
Mayor.
Yeah, just one question, and I don't know whether it would fit. It seems like it fits within this goal, but I don't know if it would fit, which bullet point it would fit under. But we have over time had questions and concerns from the community about downtown vacancy rates and what tools in the toolbox we might have to help try to minimize those and change that problem. And so I'm wondering if any of the work plan activities that are presented incorporate work around that topic, or if that's something that there's room for.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So that was actually a work plan task that we had for our current major city goal as well, and we're able to do a presentation to council members via 221 briefings on the different strategies that we were aware of at the time. We're continuing to track the downtown vacancy rate through Downtown Slow, and I think trying to stay abreast of any of the actions that we can take to support that. Ultimately, I think our recommendation would be implementing this the programs outlined in the major city goal is probably the best collective effort to address downtown vacancies, but if the council would like us to take some more specific strategies or revisit the content that we developed earlier, we're happy to take that direction.
So is that, based on what you're saying, that sounds like that's something that's kind of happening already, and so it would be an ongoing activity not necessarily covered here, or are you asking for direction if we wanted to add that later?
I would say every day we're working to try and fill vacancies downtown for sure. So that's definitely a part of our ongoing services via our economic development team. If there's a specific work product that the council is looking for related to that, we can certainly happy to have that direction.
Thank you.
Can I tag on to that question?
Of course.
So would 4C, if you go into conduct a study session with the city council to explore innovative and alternative funding methods to address the needs of business areas throughout the city. So if in your review through the end of this year, you feel there is a need to do something stronger, such as a vacancy, I know there's a difference, city attorney fee, tax, et cetera, then that would be something that would be maybe discussed under 4C in the future, or do we need to actually spell it out? Because I feel like we don't know until more of your research is done.
Thank you for the question. So 4C, which I think is actually, oh, it's up on the slide, thank you. So 4C is specific to financing mechanisms that business areas within the city would undertake a process to do an assessment for businesses in that area. And so that's commonly looks like a business improvement district, a property-based improvement district. Obviously, there is an effort that was underway earlier via Downtown SLO. This item in particular is sort of a follow-on to that effort and looking at some locally enacted options. So in the city of Santa Barbara, they recently implemented a community benefit district, which is a sort of a slight modification of a property-based improvement district that's locally enacted with some different provisions and what's provided in the streets and highways code. So I would certainly say that that is a strategy that the council can look at to address the overall health of downtown, including the vacancy rate. Outside of that, we don't have an item related to like a vacancy tax or vacancy fee in the current work program.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, were you done with your question? Okay. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, at one time, I heard some talk about reviewing the public art approval process and the status of the public art fund. And I would like to see that happen, you know, during the next cycle. So is that, I'm not sure if that would go under number 2, support the cultural arts, or if it would be under promote the city as an appealing community for people. But is there any plan for review of the public art approval process?
Sure, I would say that section 4, promoting the city as an appealing community for folks, is probably where we would want a task related to public art. And I might see if the other Greg has any nope, updates or anything you want to share on just review of the public art program.
I don't have a good answer for you right now. Greg Avakian, our Director for Parks and Rec and overseeing the public art funds, but be happy to work with our teammates here and incorporate some language for sure.
Great. If that's a deliberation decision, then we'll pass that back to you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
City Manager, did you want to add to that?
I was just going to clarify, I don't believe we don't have any current plans to bring that forward. It's not, say, already a requirement of an existing plan that we would do anyway or naturally. And so we would look to receive direction to add it if that's something the council would like us to see or would like to see us do. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, Councilmember Marks, can I ask a follow-up question? Were you interested in receiving more of an update or a review of the process entirely?
Well, I would like to see the process reviewed and also the public art fund and just have a better grasp and more council direction about what we want to do with the public art program.
Thank you for clarifying. I just wanted to know what scope you were asking for.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you. So I wanted to look at items 3A and 3B, and this kind of floats the line between, I guess, question and deliberation a little bit. We had talked in a meeting about some of the language under 3A. It's a continue. So 3A is work with CAPSLO to provide up to 9 grants to support new and expanded private childcare options and evaluate other approaches. And this one is a continuing project of one that already existed in the previous budget plan. And there's some language at the end there that kind of alludes to another project that was happening in the previous budget, which was looking at some of the zoning and permitting requirements that we have there. And I just wanted to ask if the language here is broad enough to allow that other work item to continue under the umbrella of 3A so that we can have the flexibility, I suppose is what I'm asking for, to be able to reallocate funds if that pipeline sort of dries up. We're not funding new childcare options, but looking for ways to support ones that are trying to get off the ground.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the question, Councilmember Francis. So the short answer is yes. So we put some qualifying language at the end to evaluate other approaches. In particular, this program goes to fund both childcare centers and in-home childcare businesses through a capsule program. We're continuing to work with them. They produced about over 100 additional childcare slots in the current financial plan, but we do anticipate that at some point that pipeline is likely going to dry up. The feedback that we've been receiving both via CAPSLO and First 5, not so much that additional work needs to be done on zoning regulations, which is a part of the current economic development strategic plan. Our zoning regulations are currently pretty permissive as it relates to childcare centers. It's more related to navigating those permit requirements and the processes associated with that. And so I'd also just point out 1B, which is our business welcome program, and it talks about 18 startup checklists that we're going to be developing. Those checklists include both standalone childcare centers and in-home childcare businesses. So we're going to be working to make the process more clear for folks, and then also helping people through that process, which we think can address the need. And then after we get people through the process, and if we aren't able to continue with the grant program in CAPSLO because there isn't a need for it, then I think that that language gives us the flexibility to permit to something like a fee subsidy, which is probably the next item on the list that we've heard about from folks as a barrier.
So we don't need to change any of the language here for you to be able to kind of shift midstream if the facts on the ground change.
Correct, yep. I feel confident that we've got that leeway.
Awesome. And then just wanted to follow up on 3B a little bit, because last we had checked in on this item, a lot of that partnership had kind of it had hit a little bit of a stopping point. And I know that we were still attempting to go down that road and looking for options. I'm just kind of curious about maintaining the language as it is. If we're not making forward progress, is there some merit to changing the language there?
Thank you for the question, and I'm fairly confident Greg Avakian is right.
Thank you, Mr. Avakian.
Greg Avakian, Director for Parks and Recreation. Other Greg, thank you for fielding those. We're still active with our partnership and waiting for those kind of opportunities to arise. We're looking at proper facilities, and then I think everybody's kind of going through the budget process right now, and all of our colleagues. So we're going to be maintaining those relationships and then working on other opportunities that pop up. So we wanted to keep this language in there, because it's still a goal of ours, but we are going to be a little more flexible on our opportunities when we find the facility. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, Cal Poly is currently our lead on this right now, so we're going to wait to see how their budget process works out as we head into June.
Well, thanks for the update on that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that's all for now.
Great, thank you so much. We'll pass it back to you, Emily and Riley.
Wonderful. So our second major city goal area this evening for review is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we've got just 2 slides on this one, I think.
Sorry, there was another question. Councilmember Marks.
Hi, I'm sorry, I had another item under the economic resilience and fiscal sustainability major city goal. And that would be under 5. I'd like to see if we could conduct an analysis of the golf course fiscal viability and options for possibly repurposing the land for other priorities like affordable housing, community center, creek and habitat restoration.
Sorry, you're asking a question about if that would fit in here, or if that would fit in a different part of the work plan?
Well, I think it would go under long-term fiscal sustainability, but maybe it would go someplace else.
Which would you put it under?
I would think that if I think council can put it, you can put it wherever you would like to. I think it makes sense to have it here, but it probably doesn't change the intent or what staff would deliver.
Great, okay. Right. Since this is the question section, I was just making sure. Yeah. City Manager, did you have a?
I had been thinking it might fall under this category, under the kind of fiscal sustainability, but of course, as our finance director mentioned, it really can go in any of the categories where it seems to fit. Yeah, happy to continue discussing that.
Great, thank you. We can get back to that in deliberations. Perfect.
All right, so diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've got 4 work plan items with tasks under each of them.
Councilmember Marks?
Yeah, I had something under 4C. Take the San Luis Obispo County Family Friendly Workplace Assessment. I'd just like to also add the chamber. They have also that kind of family-friendly grid that they apply to businesses, and I'd like to just add that. And then under D, it says integrate DEI requirements, and I'm wondering if what we're talking about there are really DEI considerations rather than requirements, and I'm not aware of DEI requirements in performance evaluations for management level positions. So are there requirements or are there considerations?
So I think I can answer the question about 4C first, then I'm happy to take 4D as well. So that is the tool that we're referencing in that item, is the family-friendly workplace tool that's done through the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. So yep, that's the one that we'll be using. In addition, so on DEI requirements, so we have different competencies that are involved in our evaluation process. We identify different subject areas in which we want our employees to demonstrate a level of competency. And so this envisions either working within our existing competencies to make sure that we are highlighting inclusive practices in the work that we do internally and externally, or potentially identifying a standalone competency to help better define our goals related to equity and inclusion.
Okay, so perhaps integrate DEI competency requirements would clarify what you're talking about, because it sounds kind of authoritarian the way that it's couched here.
We'd be happy to make that addition.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
That's all I have.
Any other questions? Okay. Great, we'll move back to you, Emily and Riley.
Wonderful. So our next major city goal area is housing and neighborhood livability, healthy, safe, and affordable. And we've got a couple of slides on this with a number of work plan items and associated tasks.
City Manager, did you have something to add?
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight for everyone that there was an agenda correspondence posted by staff earlier today that includes a memo from our Community Development Department that helps explain what is meant under a portion of this goal. So really trying to help explain what we mean by our renter protection elements, as well as our safe housing. So if folks are wondering, what do we mean by some of these work plan items, we do have a little bit more detail in an attachment, including what I love is a kind of flow chart that also identifies a number of timeframes for when we anticipate bringing these items forward, having discussions, getting direction, and then looking to implement them. So I really am encouraging folks to check that out.
Yes, that was an excellent summarization by Director Tway. I really appreciated that. I wish we could show that timeline right here, actually. But if you do wish to go look at the agenda correspondence, you can see that at 7A, the staff agenda correspondence on page 913. Any questions from my colleagues? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think my questions are about those elements that the city manager was just talking about, but they're actually under bullet point 3, I think, so probably the next slide. But yes, that's the one under A. It talks about the renter protection elements, and then D talks about the safe housing programs, and appreciated that memo and description of what exactly you meant by those things. In this elements of safe housing, I saw some of the things that we've heard from the community about having concerned about multifamily housing, smoking in multifamily housing, and some of those issues. What I didn't see in the memo was concerns about things like other safety features of housing, like smoke detectors and CO2 detectors and deadbolts and lighting and things like that. Would those be things that could fit under that item study session as well?
I think Director Tway will tell us in 1 second. I was kind of thinking it would be 3D.
Thank you. Good evening. Timmy Tway, Director of Community Development. Yes, the intent of this study session is to keep it very broad so that as we continue to get feedback from the public, we've heard so much in the past year, and as we can continue to get that, we can present kind of a menu of options to the City Council. You know, one of the questions was, what do we mean by renter protections? And the answer is, we need to define that. And so this is a catch-all. So as new things come up, just in the correspondence for this meeting, there were new things that came up. We'll include those and talk about how we would go about addressing those if that was a desire of the council.
Excellent, thank you. Of course.
Absolutely, Council Member Francis. 1 second. There you go.
So I think you did an excellent job answering this in the memo, but since it came out today, just to kind of clarify a little bit for the public, the process is that if we move ahead with these work items here, then when we get it, we would then get into the nitty gritty when we got to those study sessions. And that would be when we could get all the feedback from members of the public to get into the things that Vice Mayor was talking about, some of the safety issues, but also some of the other concerns we've heard from the public as well.
Correct. There are 2 specific study sessions related to renter protections that I'd highlight. One is a registry, because we've heard that loud and clear of interest to people, and the other is renter protections in general. So we've separated those out so that they can be discussed, because there's a lot there. And so the intent would be, you know, these are our work program items. This is what we can commit to with our current resources. And the intent is to bring those to the table to further understand what is of interest to the council, and then have a discussion of what it would take if we wanted to go down one path or a different path. Registry is a good example as well. There are so many different options to have a renter registry. So further understanding from the community and the City Council, what type of option would you be interested in, and what does that look like if we were to move forward from a timing and resource standpoint?
Thanks for providing a little more clarity there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Did you have another question?
Yeah, I had one more, and it's for you, so I'm glad you're here. And it was discussed a little bit ago when the issue of childcare and the grants, the grant funding for starting childcare businesses was brought up. But I know that in the past we have had conversations, I brought this up at Agenda Review earlier today, about things we could do to further structural things, zoning, permitting processes that could help improve our access to childcare facilities and make those processes easier for childcare facilities or for people who want to start childcare facilities. Are there things in the zoning arena or in the process permitting arena that we could look at doing either in this financial plan or in a future financial plan to kind of help ease that process for people who want to start those businesses?
I'm sure there are. Greg brought up the fact that we actually don't hear a lot that it's the zoning. It can be the process, and what I have heard is that oftentimes it's actually building code, which we don't have a lot of control over, but it's bringing older buildings up to standards to have, you know, a daycare facility. But I think there's definitely things we can look at, and you know, if written broadly enough, the work program item that was previously spoken about, we, you know, planning and community development works closely with economic development. We could be brought into those conversations to determine, you know, even just talking with staff, I think we would have a good idea of where are we getting the most questions, where are people falling out of the process, and what are things we could do to improve that. And so, you know, where's Greg? I think if it's written in such a way, we would be involved in that process to at least look at things and then see if we can recommend any changes or just implement, you know, process improvements.
Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I know we went through a lot of changes with the zoning so that the childcare would not be as difficult to put into different zones or buildings of different zones. So thank you. Councilmember Boswell had something to go back to what Councilmember Francis asked. So 1 second. There we go.
Thanks. Just a follow-up on the renter protection and neighborhood wellness work program and the chart that you provided. Very helpful. Thank you with the dates on it. Would you anticipate that we would be providing some direction or potentially agendizing future items after each study session, or is it the intent to complete all the study sessions and then sort of decide what to do? Or have we not even figured that out?
That is a great question. There's one little passing sentence in the memo that I wrote that said, these are anticipated dates. I wanted to provide as close as we could anticipate, with the caveat that, let's just say we had the renter protection item and the council felt very strongly that we needed to move forward quickly with something that would affect some of the other work program items. I think what you'll see with the housing and homelessness work program items in particular, it's the same 8, 9, 10 people working on all of those things. And so we would have to look critically at where we can shuffle things around and how they would, and I would report this clearly, one of the impacts if we move in this direction is that we may not be able to do this other work program item, or that might have to get pushed down the road. But, we are happy to take the direction at the study session or come back and say, okay, we heard that and this is what it will take. But it may impact other work program items.
Thank you. It was very helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, just to further clarify, thank you for still being there. So under 3C, it's conduct a study session. And we're talking about 2 years, and we're talking about a situation that's pretty urgent in terms of 60% of the people who live in our city. So from what, just clarify for me, we also, this does not preclude beginning actually implementing a plan. I'm looking at the language. It's different from create a project plan down on 4D, create a project plan and standard operating procedures for community development. But we're not, just studying it for the next 2 years. Are we talking about also taking action to implement things is that included in that work plan?
Yes, so I believe are you referring to the Greek house enforcement?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, so 4D is to have a project plan for Greek house enforcement.
Yes.
Of the zoning code through code enforcement. And it is something we took into consideration with all of the other things going on. So it is later in the budget cycle, but it absolutely does not mean that we are not going to be enforcing our municipal code starting now. And we are already doing a lot of the things. This would just be the plan that memorializes the standard operating procedures, our outreach plans for each year with students and with Cal Poly. Most of these things we're already doing. We're working closely with the police department to share information on an ongoing basis. This is just formalizing that and bringing it to the community and the council to show this is what this enforcement looks like.
Thank you for that. No, I was just referring to the language itself. I mean, when we're talking about 3B, about the rental housing registry, my question is whether we're also talking about implementing, making a plan and starting to implement it.
For the registry?
Yeah, not just studying for 2 years. I don't want to study something for 2 years.
Correct. So the rental housing registry study session would be around December of 2025. So about halfway through the first year. The reason for that is I thought it would be wise to start with a study session, broader renter protections. One of those things is a registry. And then, based on where that goes, then we move into a registry-specific study session. And so that is just the nature of, the financial plan starts in July. I wanted to hold off on the renter protection item till the end of summer because I did not want that conversation to happen without students in town. So that would be September or October, and then December would be the rental registry. That is going to take a little bit of a legwork for us to present to council. We've already actually started some of the research for that, but we would not implement any sort of registry until we had a big conversation about what that takes
But that's the timing, that's where the timing comes from for those two items.
Okay, thank you.
And again, it's general timing. It may
General timing,
swoosh a little bit earlier or later, depending how it all works out. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thanks for all of your questions. One of the items that we've chatted about a little bit over the past years are some of the loopholes that exist in our short-term rental policy. And I noticed there isn't language here about a new work item, but maybe that's just because it's small-ish within our existing work items. But I wondered if it needed to live somewhere, if we're gonna kind of deal with some of the issues that we're seeing and getting the new data from Rentalscape.
Sure. So Emily and I actually have worked on this, ongoing for the past year, and we have a new contractor on board with a dashboard that we can see who's out of compliance, what we need to do. So we're working internally to figure out how we utilize this kind of improved system to be able to enforce the current codes that we have. And I actually think we can get far with that. Truly, one of the challenges we have is that this is a code enforcement issue. So is safe housing. So is renter protections, if it gets down the line and they're enforcing that. So is Greek life, wellness issues. And so I crafted these based on what I was hearing from the public as the topics that were coming to the surface. We will continue to work on that item and, if we have time, offer up potential solutions or ideas. But we do have a system in place now to address that, and we're working through that. It's just the strain kind of on the code enforcement team with the other items that were of concern from the community.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think the last question that kind of goes along with that is, there are many items in these that we're talking about, but this is not stopping the core work. So of the short-term rentals, for example, that's part of core work that already happens currently, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Great, just making sure I'm processing that correctly. City Manager?
Thank you. Just kind of building on that idea for clarity across the board. This work plan is a little more kind of targeted compared to prior financial plan work plans that included a lot of our ongoing work that we think does help support the major city goals. But here we decided to take a little bit more, again, of a targeted approach to identify things that were new action items so that people knew they can rely on us to accomplish these discrete tasks that will help us with these major city goals and kind of general categories here. There are a lot of ongoing items that we think do contribute to each of these goals and that we would do as a matter of course, or that we've already been implementing, and we of course will be continuing that work. I would say that if there is something specific that you would like to make sure that we complete and report to you all at a meeting that's not on this list, if we would ordinarily do it, this is a great example. It's kind of in the middle, right? Where of course we're going to continue working on what we can to clarify short-term rental compliance. But if you want to make sure that we bring an item forward to have a conversation, then we would want to see that in the work plan. We just have capacity constraints at that point, right? So it's a good example, I think, of something that is a bit of a blend of both worlds.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Director Toy. And moving on to homelessness. So I had one question when it comes to 1E, the regional compact. Is this working with the current regional county compact, or is this a different or modified version of that compact? City Manager?
Thank you. This is a new work effort. Well, I suppose new and continuing. It's a concept that we've been discussing with the county and the other cities in the region, really kind of teeing off of the CSAC at Home plan that called for greater kind of collaboration with cities, between cities and counties, and contemplate some type of regional MOU or compact that would help address the way that we all respond and help address homelessness in our communities. So we have started that work effort. It's really being led and spearheaded by the county. There is kind of a generalized goal of trying to come to some type of agreement by the end of this year, although that's a bit of a big lift, because you can imagine 7 cities in the county coming together. It could be a compact, it could be a memorandum of understanding, it could be both. So a compact would be a little bit broader. The thing that exists already is really the county's 5-year plan to essentially decrease homelessness, and the cities aren't technically a party, wouldn't say adopt that, I don't believe, unless it happened when I wasn't here. And so this is a little bit of a different effort that's being contemplated.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just wanted to get a little clarification on item 3A, the safe parking. There's some language in there that talks about the expansion of safe parking capacity, and wanted to get a little clarity if we were discussing expanding beyond the new program that we're implementing that's been a very heavy lift here, or if it's supporting the county expanding that effort, or what we mean by that language.
Sure. I think we mean just expanding beyond what exists now through the rotating safe parking program that we have gotten approval for, but are seeking funding for. So that is how we would be expanding it. We are also having ongoing, we would always encourage this to be a pilot program, and so to encourage a bigger program countywide based on the hopeful success of our pilot version of this. So in that way, it would also be kind of trying to continue to expand this type of service in the county.
So Expand is doing a lot of work here, both expand the program that you all have worked so hard to get in place, but also potentially advocate for the expansion of a county program as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Vice Mayor.
I appreciate the question, because when I read this, I read existing to mean, and expand to mean the existing safe parking program that's currently active at Prado. So what we would be putting into place here is the initiation of the pilot safe parking program, assuming that we're able to get some funding to do that, and then maybe eventually a countywide model.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's because the CAPSLO and local faith community partners, so I think that includes all of them together. Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions on this work plan? All right, moving forward to infrastructure and sustainable transportation.
All right, so we've got 5 different work plan items under infrastructure and sustainable transportation, and happy to take any questions that council may have about the tasks.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Yes, on number 1. So number 1 talks about Vision Zero goals, and of course this year we'll be hopefully adopting our Vision Zero plan, but we haven't done that yet, and that will have the current draft has a lot of measures potentially implemented in there. So how are we going to address that? I think I've seen that I think I recall in year 2 of the financial plan and the CIP, there is some funding for implementation of the Vision Zero plan. But would we want like a statement in here that says support implementation of the adopted Vision Zero plan or something? I'm trying to figure out how to like leave some space for some things that we haven't identified yet that we will want to do quite soon when we adopt the plan.
Sure, happy to answer that question. Luke Schwartz, City Transportation Manager. What we'll be bringing forward along with the detailed action plan for council consideration and adoption is in that staff report, is identifying the specific kind of subtasks that we'd be recommending as like kind of short-term project priorities and looking for council concurrence on those. It's a similar pattern that we've taken in the past with our previous traffic safety report. So In the budget document, we typically see kind of a lump sum for implementing the recommendations of the plan. And then when we take the latest plan to the council, we say, here's things we think we can do within that budget. Are you on board, or are there other priorities you'd like us to put ahead of those? We have an existing balance on our Vision Zero implementation account, which is why you don't see a huge allocation in year one of the budget. We have some things already in progress we'd want to deliver on, and advanced planning and design for the next set of priorities, so we're ready to implement those in year two when the budget becomes available.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Thank you. Yeah. My first question is about 2D. Talks about promoting the Roll and Stroll education campaign, which is amazing so far. Really great ways to teach people mostly how to use infrastructure in the city around biking and walking. Wondered if the education programs currently have a plan to include, or if it's possible to add things related to state laws. And there are quite a few state laws that most people don't know about that make biking and walking better for people when they're trying to navigate intersections and things. And are we incorporating those types of educational elements into the Roll and Stroll campaign?
Excellent question. And those state laws are ever changing. And every year we get a new bill or change the vehicle code that engineering staff, law enforcement staff have to keep track of and make sure we're communicating. Short answer is yes. We've got, I'm working with Adam Fukushima, our active transportation manager. We've got a long list of topic points that we want to include in that program. Some of those are informing the community on things like, what are the different classifications of legal electric bicycles and what are not street legal? Who has the right of way at intersections and pedestrian crossings? So we've got a huge list of that. If there's specific topic areas the council has interest in us prioritizing in the short term, we'd be happy to take in that input and make sure that those are in the queue, towards the top of the queue of topic areas that we roll out. But it'll be an ongoing program. We plan to keep moving and updating and implementing those topics as resources allow.
I'll send some of those your way as I'm thinking of them. The other question that I had is that this is a great, super ambitious plan. We have a lot of infrastructure projects, a lot of Tier 1 active transportation plan elements that we're trying to implement as rapidly as we have staff available to do them, and I love seeing that. I also wonder if there is opportunities on a policy level, things that we should be looking at as a city to make walking and biking easier and more accessible for people, and if there is any time or space in our work plan staff capacity in order to look at some of those policies.
I'd say, yes, we're always open-minded. Again, it'll depend on staffing, resource, and what the specific topic area is involved in, what staff research and kind of policy research and development might look like. But we're happy to entertain suggestions if yourself or other council members have things in mind. Some of those things are also captured in our legislative platform. So there's things that we track that are ongoing at the state and national level. So you'll see when we bring forward the Vision Zero action plan, there are some areas of a successful Vision Zero program that are largely outside of an individual city or, public works or fire department's control, things like vehicle standards, right-of-way laws, and things that happen at the legislative level at the state and nation. What's one area we can advance those things. If there's specific policies locally that the council is interested in, we're always open-minded. And again, just the timing might depend on our resources.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, under 5, I've gotten a lot of feedback over the years for the need to improve nighttime bus service. And also Cal Poly students I do read the Mustang News, so I know the Cal Poly students also want to have better bus service especially to the downtown, but also Target and Costco and all that. And so I'm just curious if that's part of a work plan to improve the nighttime service, or was that something that came under the short-term transit plan that I didn't vote on? So a little bit of both. Well, it's just something that I think possibly in our negotiations with Cal Poly and our communication to try to make sure that we're serving, especially as they get more and more students living on campus. And the other thing is that I'm a big fan of trying somehow to get a real transit center in the downtown. And is that part of any of these work plans? Or is it just something that we're kind of hitchhiking with SLOCOG and RTA on?
I think Alex is here
Great questions.
to
I am
join
going
you.
to invite my good friend Alex over here to focus on the slow transit related questions. Thanks.
Okay, alrighty.
Thanks, Luke. Alex Fuchs, Mobility Services Business Manager for the city, oversees slow transit. To your question, some of that was evaluated within the short-range transit plan. Extending nighttime service was not one of the recommended service changes, but we did caveat through the short-range transit plan update process that it's not a catch-all. We are able to do other things outside of the short-range transit plan over the 5-year planning period. So if there is an opportunity to be able to provide later evening service, either on fixed route or through a different mode, we'd be happy to consider that and present it to council, and then also to coordinate with Cal Poly on possible change to the transit service agreement to help subsidize such service. The short-range transit plan does include microtransit as a late evening service, and that's a citywide coverage area, and so that would be able to provide service for not only Cal Poly students but all community members. And I believe in the short-range transit plan it says from 10 p.m. to midnight, but we can still play with those hours and the coverage that it would provide. For the Consolidated Transit Center, there's also recommendation within the short-range transit plan to reinitiate the effort that the city was partnering with RTA and SLOCOG to do a Consolidated Transit Center on the east side of Santa Rosa at what is now a city-owned public parking lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the agenda correspondence on the transit center as well. I know that SLOCOG has been kind of the lead in that, so we would love to see that potentially continue. So as Councilmember Marks mentioned, are we kind of hitched to that ride? Well, it seems as though we need SLOCOG to be the lead for the transit center to go forward. Is that correct?
They don't necessarily need to be the lead. We just need to have a discussion with those agencies to see sort of whom is going to be the lead, timing of it. I know SLOCOG just adopted their overall work program for the next fiscal year. I'm not sure if this fits in there or can, but it's something that we want to engage our partners and sort of move forward in lockstep with the next stages of resuming project development.
Great, thank you. And City Manager, did you want to add to that?
Yes, please, briefly. So again, the short-range transit plan does contemplate that that is something we want to work on, but we have not programmed it as part of this 2-year budget cycle for us to focus on that during this time frame. Of course, however, if there's things that come up related to that property that just happen to provide an opportunity or interest in some other way, we would certainly continue to look at that use at that site and raise it if it's an opportunity that presents itself. So hopefully that makes sense. We're not targeting it. We're not planning on lifting that as a major work effort over this 2 years, but we're certainly open to it. And of course, I'm trying to manifest it in the universe that the opportunity will happen and we'll have good news to report.
Nice, thank you so much. Thank you, Alex. I see no other questions from my colleagues. Let's move forward to the next one. Oops, sorry.
So this is our last major city goal for questions at this point, and we can loop back later in the evening to talk about direction. But open space, climate action, and resilience. This is we've got 5 work plan items here and quite a few tasks under each. So happy to have staff on hand, happy to take questions if there are any.
Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, on 1G, partner with the IWMA to create waste education materials for HOAs and property managers, focusing on food waste diversion in high turnover multifamily complexes. Does that include mobile home parks? Or are you just talking about apartment buildings in that work plan?
I'm gonna phone a friend.
Because I know the mobile home parks right now are getting cited for contamination of solid waste. People are putting the organic matter into, the recycling bin and stuff like that. So, yes, sir.
Aaron Floyd, Utilities Director, and thank you for the question. I think it's a great suggestion, so I will definitely pass that along, and we can ensure that we can include that. Thank you.
That was an easy question. Thank you so much. You need that little button, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you so much. Excited to see item 3A, the comprehensive community outreach and engagement opportunities for climate resilience and disaster preparedness. And I was wondering if we're envisioning this going beyond the scope of some of the programs we already have in place, like Ready, Set, Go, or if this is a new type of program. Would love to hear a little bit more about that.
I'm assuming it'll be, oh no, I was gonna say Chief Duggal, but it's Bob Hill.
Go for it, Bob, you're already out. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bob Hill, Sustainability and Natural Resources Official. We're good friends with Chief Tuggle and teaming up on a lot of this stuff. Broadly, we wanted to really have an opportunity to reach out, work with our community, and create some of that social resilience and community connection around resilience items. And so, not showing in the slide, but in the overall when things will happen, we anticipate that between working on the vegetation management plan, working on the waterways management plan, working on the adoption of the fire hazard severity zone maps, doing broadly education around the thematic topics that are outlined in the climate adaptation and safety element, that we'll be doing a community engagement event quarterly. So you show that in all 8 quarters across the 2-year financial plan. So there's a lot of work going on there. Some of that work will be really led and focused by our office. We'll also work a lot with community development and of course with the fire department and our new emergency manager, Mr. Joe Little.
So rather than a comprehensive emergency preparedness presentation, this is kind of envisioned to be more targeted to really specific elements of resiliency and emergency preparedness.
I think it will be comprehensive in its totality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I see that CERT is under 3C, so it's CERT and LISTOS. So I see there's some potential separate discussions. Yes, no? Separate education, I guess, would be the question.
Todd Tuggle, Fire Chief. Are you asking Mayor Stewart if there's separate discussions around certain LISTOs in addition to the items in 3A?
Correct.
Okay. Yes. So certain LISTOs would continue to be a conversation that we have within the fire department, and then looking at doing community-wide efforts with either CERT and or LISTOs. And then we also included the FireWise community designation in there. And the reason for that is because in the Safer from Wildfire initiatives from the California Department of Insurance, FireWise communities are recognized as a risk reduction measure, which can have an impact on both availability and affordability of insurance.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Actually, I already had my question answered, so.
Wonderful. Well, I think we've gotten to the first section of all of the work plan questions. I see no other lights on, so I think we're ready to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go to the next section of your presentation. Thank you. Thank you. I think it was a little bit longer than a 5-minute break, but good to stretch. So going back to the budget, our next phase is long-term forecast and financial context. Just as a reminder and new news for those who have been walking in since, we're kind of just breaking this up into 3 different main parts. We're asking questions as the council, and then we'll go to public comment, so you can put in your public comment, and then we'll go to deliberations. So just thought I'd give you a little bit of a framework. Back to you, Emily. Or Riley.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. It's an honor to present this first look at the budget for next year. And I'd like to start with a little financial context. Unfortunately, I can't discuss the financial context without discussing tariffs. This slide describes at a high level the tariffs currently in effect at the end of day yesterday. These are rolled out over the last 3 months, and they've changed constantly. Some are country specific, good specific, some have been paused, some have been lifted. All of this makes it really difficult to accurately forecast the impact on the economy or to our budget. But I think the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, said it better than I can. Uncertainty remains elevated. The economic effects will include higher inflation and slower growth. Most of us have probably also seen the turmoil in financial markets as a result of the tariffs, and I think it's important to understand the city's exposure to markets. Our primary exposure is through our pension managed by CalPERS. This slide kind of details the timelines of when market fluctuations would impact the city's budget, and there is, as you can see, quite a delay. Preliminary returns are marked every year at June 30th, fiscal year end. Very quickly thereafter, they're reported on a preliminary basis and then updated once private market valuations are ready. It takes another year to create actuarial tables and another year for when payments would start to hit the city's budget. So the S&P 500 is currently down about 8% year to date. If that trend continues through June 30th, excuse me, we would see impacts in about 2 years. But a lot remains to be seen, and so we're not building anything in just yet. And I'd like to zoom in a little bit more and highlight some of the more direct impacts to the budget in the next year. The first step in any budget development process is revenue forecasting, determining what funds will be available for appropriation. Going into this budget cycle, I think we knew that we were in for somewhat tougher times than we'd predicted a year ago. We can now quantify the impact of that in 2 of our more cyclical revenue streams at just over $4 million. There were some offsets in smaller lines, so that wasn't the full impact, but I think these are very important revenue streams to understand going forwards. And notably, I do have to call out that because this budget was locked months ago, it doesn't include any specific adjustments for tariffs or any other federal policies. Those would be pretty much impossible to estimate right now. We're also closely tracking a number of looming costs to the city. One recent addition to this that we want to highlight is the cost to implement the new fire hazard severity zone maps. We're not really sure what that looks like just yet, but we do want to raise it as a new item that could potentially have some significant costs down the road. The rest should be pretty familiar. We've discussed these at length in the hearings leading up to today. Those include a number of large capital projects, the cost to operate a 5th fire station, some of the cost constraints that we're seeing in keeping and attracting a qualified workforce. And of course, like I touched on, our CalPERS funded status and the cost of those annual pension contributions. No new information to report, but we just want to make sure that these items don't fall off the list as we discuss the forecast. And that brings us to our first look at the long-term forecast for the general fund. And I want to start at the bottom line. We are really pleased to present a balanced forecast for the next 2 years where revenues are equal to expenditures. We think we got there with a healthy mix of short-term and long-term solutions, and Emily will touch on what those solutions specifically were. We intentionally didn't provide those same solutions to the out years, so we are showing a modest deficit. In 2 years' time, we'll have a lot more information, and it will be up to this council to decide the path forward and what solutions we deploy then. And I'll hand it to Emily for those more specific descriptions.
Great, thank you, Riley. So we thought it would be helpful to just walk council and the community through how we got to this point. So we've talked a lot about the public outreach we've done, the goal setting we've done, and provided kind of higher level budget context at the beginning of the meeting to identify that, not all the work we do is major city goal related. There's a lot, the bulk of our project or our budget, it actually supports, just kind of basic services that cities in California provide to the community. And so we layer on top major city goals, and over time they kind of marry together and become embedded in the budget. But really important, I think, as we move forward this evening and towards June 17th, to keep in mind that there's a bunch of different priorities that we're sort of trying to balance out when we build a budget. So understanding that we were heading into constrained budget times, we had two kind of overarching objectives that staff kind of used to guide us in developing the recommendations before you this evening. The first was that we pay really close attention to our expenditures, reduce where we could without notable impacts to service levels provided to the community, and that we also accurately forecast our revenue in order to deliver a balanced budget. The overarching goal, like I said, was really to minimize impacts to the community, and also to follow through on some of our commitment to fund high priority services and projects in the financial plan period and beyond. So to do that, we drew upon our budget balancing strategies as well as other guiding financial documents that prior councils have adopted over the years. So the budget balancing strategies, as you will recall, are new for this organization. They pull from a lot of the documents that we already have, and we presented these strategies to the council with the budget foundation item in January. And what the document does is really identifies and provides staff with a menu of strategies that we can use to balance a budget, both in more difficult budget times where we are right now and in times of significant expansion. On the difficult budget situation side of things, the document identifies short-term and long-term strategies to achieve structural balance. The short-term strategies are really that have been employed this year, and then just kind of conceptually are ones that help to buy us time to have targeted, thoughtful discussions about what are the long-term strategies. Implementing long-term strategies successfully requires a considerable amount of discussion, alignment with council and community priorities, truly understanding the impacts of the strategies that we're implementing. And so it's really important that that's not a couple of weeks or a couple of months process. And so a lot of the recommendations before council this evening rely on those short-term strategies in order to give us more time to have follow-up discussions and get to a longer-term plan. These can include things like a hiring chill, reductions to capital, use of reserves. As Whitney noted at the beginning of the presentation, we will be activating the fiscal health contingency plan. A hiring chill will be a significant component of that moving forward. And the purpose of a hiring chill is really to force us to think about what are we really trying to achieve. It enables us in any given year to, generate savings on the staffing side of things. Staffing savings fall to unassigned fund balance, which may provide us with a bit of additional fund balance at the end of the year to allocate for one-time purposes. But the other thing a hiring chill does is it helps us to understand what we may be able to do without. We, of course, have very thoughtfully added positions over the years, but needs and conditions change. And so it's a good opportunity to really kind of take a look at where are we now, what does the council expect, and what does the community expect of us. And it provides us with added flexibility if we need to consider at some point position reductions. That is not a conversation that we're actively having right now, but the hiring chill and the ability to keep some positions vacant will obviously give us flexibility in case we need to go down that path at some point. On the longer term side of things, the overarching goal is not just to get through a single year, but it's to get us back to structural balance. And so strategies that support that goal are really related to programmatic changes, looking at the way that we provide services to the community. Is it the most effective? Is it the most efficient? Taking a look at where we may be able to reduce expenditures without significant service level impacts, and also looking at opportunities to generate revenue. I think you're all aware that our ability to generate revenue is somewhat limited, and so we, similar to most of the other cities in the county at this point, have local revenue measures. We've had a local revenue measure in place for years, and it was most recently updated by voters in 2020, went into effect in 2021, and has brought a considerable amount of funding into the organization that's enabled us to do a lot of good work. But we've got, other areas where we may be able to look at additional revenue generation, and that's really related to enforcement of the municipal code, whether that's led by code enforcement or, in my department, enforcement of business license requirements as an example. And so that's a work plan item that you saw earlier this evening. The goal overall, is to really carefully implement all of the strategies, again, to minimize impact to the community and maintain our service levels to the extent possible. So I wanted to take you through how we got to balance, not structural balance, but balance for the 2-year period. When we sat down to begin developing the budget, as Riley noted, the numbers have been moving around quite a bit. We learn something new every week, sometimes in the case of last week, every 30 minutes, it seemed, as there was a lot of tariff conversation happening. But when we sat down to develop the budget, we in conceptually looking at about a $2.5 million deficit for fiscal year 25-26. We went through a base budget exercise that I'll discuss on the next slide that got us about $1.6 million of savings with very minimal impacts to service delivery. We have reduced our capital expenditures by $1 million, increased our staffing savings assumption in our forecast. We've historically forecasted about a 3% savings on staffing. We usually land somewhere around 5%, and so we conservatively increased that staffing savings assumption to 4%, which gave us about $600,000 back in the general fund. And then did a very, very, very detailed review of the significant operating budget changes that were submitted by departments, and are recommending a very small fraction, about $700,000 for the general fund in terms of SOBCs for the coming year. So as we set out, the first step in building the budget is for departments to build their base budgets. So that basically reflects what is the cost of doing what you're already doing. This year, the direction to departments was to keep non-staffing base budgets flat with current year non-staffing base budgets. So that is an exercise that every single department went through, those that live in the general fund and those that live in their own enterprise funds. Everybody participated equally in that effort. Required and part of our normal process is that we remove all one-time funding in the current year that isn't expected to carry forward into the next year, and then left it up to departments to tell us how they got to their current year base budget. Like I said, that delivered a savings of about $1.6 million compared to the last forecast that you most recently saw, which assumed some inflators. And between not automatically escalating any expenditure line item in the budget, forcing a more thorough, critical review of every single line item, and then removing where it was possible without major impacts, that's how we got to the $1.6 million. One of the things we also asked departments to do is tell us what did you have to do to get there, right? So it wasn't just go do this and we're not going to think about the impacts of that. So we asked departments to provide us with a summary of actions they had to take to achieve that constrained base budget target. Overall, I will say that departments identified that they are just going to have a lot less flexibility to address things as they come up mid-year. And so budgets are going to be tighter moving into 25-26 and 26-27. to the extent that there are budget, there are things that come up mid-year that will require funding. We may need to be having conversations throughout the year about what can we not do in order to do this new thing that has arisen. I recognize that this is a pretty significant change from where we've been for the last several years, but I can tell you that I've talked to the 6 other cities. They're doing something very similar. And then, of course, I think the budget difficulty that the county is struggling with is pretty well known at this point, been covered pretty well by the media. And so, what we're trying to do right now is avoid getting to that point. And so we were very judicious in our consideration of what were the impacts that came from the base budget exercise. And through 3 days of discussion with our leadership team, the city manager is recommending restoration of $85,000 worth of costs that departments had initially had to reduce in order to meet their base budget targets. The first of that is $25,000 to the police department to fund what was at that point expected to be the annual increase to the contract with the county for provision of animal services. That has since grown, and we understand, I think as of last week, that contract is expected to actually grow by $50,000. So when we talk about the numbers in front of you today being preliminary and expecting some changes, this is that additional $25,000 that's factored in beyond what the city manager restored is something that we'll figure out how to factor into the general fund prior to June 17th. There were a handful of other kind of much smaller dollar amount contract increases in the police department that were restored to the tune of $20,000 total. We restored $20,000 to the Public Works Department for downtown sidewalk scrubbing. That's a really important piece of, providing a safe and healthy and clean downtown. And so thought that was really important. And then also restored $20,000 to our administration department for tree and vegetation fuel management funding, which was a decision that we made prior to the new fire hazard severity zone maps coming out, and turned out to be a really good thing. So that's what the base budget exercise looked like, and then the restorations that were made and are recommended for council's consideration. The next piece of it is that we reduced the annual allocation to the capital improvement program from the local revenue measure. So every year we split out how much of the local revenue measure dollars go to the operating budget and how much go to the capital budget. There is not a requirement. The ballot measure passed by voters included priority areas for funding to guide staff in determining how to allocate that funding, but did not specify a ratio that had to go to operating versus capital. And so we had a bit of flexibility there, and part of the reason that we made this or making this recommendation is not only to balance the operating budget, but to acknowledge the fact that our CIP has, in recent years at least, been too ambitious to completely deliver. And so removing $1 million from the CIP and moving it into operating not only helped to support operating budget programs, which are very much what we hear about from the community. The community survey is really focused on public safety, homelessness, code enforcement, climate action, and other priorities. Those are things that are all budgeted in the operating budget. And so in following through with what the community expects, we also thought it was prudent to move that $1 million into operating. we were able to preserve still a very, very ambitious capital plan. And so, you know, community identified capital projects, including the Rigetti Park, remain funded in the plan. And so we expect that, you know, this is a strategy. This is, again, kind of a short-term strategy we can use. And I think we'll see how it goes and whether or not this is something we continue into future years. We've got some questions about the split, like I said, between capital and operating. Like I said, this is not something that's spelled out in the ballot language. And so on this slide, just wanted to kind of walk council through, because I know we've gotten some questions about what does this mean to the capital operating split. The top table shows how we've allocated local revenue measure dollars to the capital program for the last 4 years since the local revenue measure dollars started coming in and hitting the budget. And then the table here on the bottom is what it looks like for the 2-year period of the financial plan, understanding that we removed the $1 million a year in order to achieve balance. So the numbers, the ratio going to the capital plan goes down, but not very significantly, especially when you compare to fiscal year 24-25, when 70% went to capital. So just going down to 69% and then 67% in the second year is not a significant decrease at all. Also important to keep in mind that that there are operating costs that support delivery of the capital program. And so this slide provides a different way to look at the capital portion of the local revenue measure. This table shows the local revenue measure funded positions that work on capital projects that are responsible for delivery of the capital projects. If the cost of those positions were included in the calculation, it actually brings the amount allocated to capital from 69% to 75% in the first year of the financial plan and 67 up to 73% in the second year. So still very much in line with where we've been in recent years. Moving on to our recommendations on our significant operating budget changes. SOBCs reflect department's request for additional funding to do more of the same work or to begin new work efforts. So we've got all of the recommended SOBCs that require new funding from the general fund are fit on 2 slides, I believe. And so we'll just kind of quickly take a spin through those. First recommendation is funding to our administration office. They will be the ones leading a voter engagement plan as a result of the California Voting Rights Act settlement agreement. So that'll be work that hits both years of the financial plan. It's really going to be heavily focused on voter outreach, making sure that people are registering and they understand how to vote. In our community development department, all of the SOBCs requested by community development are basically dollars that are provided on an annual basis to CAPSLO to support some of their homeless serving programs, including safe parking, rotating overnight parking, and hotel vouchers. Hotel vouchers, importantly, provide additional bed capacity. So at times when 40 Prado or other beds are unavailable throughout the county, there's the possibility CAPSLO is able to place homeless individuals in hotel rooms. The fairly significant decrease from the first year to the second year is really related to the rotating overnight parking. And part of the reason for that decrease is because there's an expectation that SunCal Health will pay a portion of the city's share of cost for that program in the second year. For the fire department, we are recommending a very modest $11,000 to purchase 4 EV fire suppression blankets. One of the changes to society that's come with the increase in electric vehicles is that the fires caused by electric vehicles cannot be extinguished the same way that fires caused by non-electric sources can be extinguished. And so we're going to be purchasing 4 blankets that essentially help to extinguish fires on electric vehicles, 1 for each station. That's a one-time cost at this point. We'll see, how they work, and that may be something that we build in long-term. But this is a new tool that we have, and so thought it was a good idea to give it a try and provide that level of service to our EV driving members of the community and visitors. We're also recommending an increase to the fire department's fuel budget due to an increase in calls for service. We're just using more fuel, and so needed to right-size the budget in order to support that. And then in the Public Works Department, we are recommending addition of a communications coordinator. This is a position that is currently a contract position. We're recommending that it be made into a regular, permanent, full-time position. And it's the contract position is currently focused on mobility services, so active transportation plan, transit, and parking related communications items, but the position moving forward will focus in addition to those programs on capital improvement projects as well. This is a cost that will be split between the parking fund, transit fund, and the general fund, and the $35,000 shown on the slide is just the general fund share of cost for that position. And then to the Public Works Department, we're recommending addition of a position to our fleet program. Our fleet program is currently experiencing a much higher ratio of fleet mechanics to the number of assets being maintained than most other organizations are, and so thought that was important in order to keep our vehicles and all of our other fleet assets in good working order to hopefully extend the life of those. In the police department, we are recommending addition of 2 police officers. Importantly, those are positions that are going to be for the first several years offset in part by a COPS grant. The amount of funding from the COPS program will fluctuate year to year, which is why there's a decrease in the second year. But the police department has not seen a growth in sworn positions for many, many years at this point, and due to growth in the community and additional calls for service, thought that was a really important addition. And then the other recommendations for the police department are a variety of different equipment to increase dispatch services, improve dispatch services, provide for controlled substance testing through the county, purchase safety equipment for our officers, and then purchase additional license plate reader cameras throughout the community to assist with investigations. That's been proven to be a very successful tool for the police department as it relates to investigations. And then finally, the last recommendation in the general fund is to use opioid funding to fund the opioid settlement funding to fund our contract with the county for licensed psychiatric technicians to support both our mobile crisis unit and our community action team. We expect that we will have enough opioid settlement dollars in the first year of the financial plan, and depending on where the timing of the settlements and when the money comes in and comes to us, we may have enough for the second year, but at this point it's looking like we may be about $16,000 short, and so that's why that dollar amount is there, just acknowledging that there may be a general fund share of cost for that in the second year. So in total, we are recommending a pretty modest compared to prior years, 6.25 FTE growth. This is across all funds within the organization. 3.4 FTE from the general fund and the remainder from our enterprise funds. Like I said, the communications coordinator is just 1 FTE, but allocated between 3 different funds based upon the amount that each of those funds will contribute towards the cost of that position. And then, of course, like I said, the police officers are partially offset by COPS grant funding for the first couple of years. So that includes kind of the high-level overview of what we're recommending for the general fund, and I'll turn it back to Riley to cover the enterprise funds.
Thank you. And I'll start with the water fund, but first I want to cover a common theme, and that is that each of our 4 enterprise funds has a carryover balance in capital budgets. So you'll see in the current year a deficit, and I'll speak to for each fund some of the bigger projects driving that, but I would just want to make sure we don't have any alarm at that. In the water fund, you'll see a deficit of about 22 million. That's driven by, again, legacy carryover projects that all hit the current year. And a big one there is groundwater drilling. A key assumption in the water fund forecast is approval of the upcoming rate study item, which I think will be back before council in 2 weeks. And very similar story for the sewer fund. This, again, assumes approval of the rate study increase, and deficits here are driven largely by construction of the water resource recovery facility, which is still ongoing. The parking fund is, again, driven largely by construction of the Cultural Arts District parking structure. And I want to call out here that the revenue forecast is based on the Dixon Unlimited study, the rate study from about a year ago. We've been seeing revenue underperformance in the current year, so we haven't had a chance to fully validate that, but we're still confident that that's our best estimate for future year revenues. And in the transit fund, much lower numbers in parentheses here. Revenue here is entirely reliant on federal funding, or very heavily reliant on federal funding, I should say. That I think we all know is somewhat questionable at this point, but I think we all stand behind the program and don't want to make any decisions about that just yet. We'll recap the SOBCs for the enterprise fund specifically here. These were all included in the tables above, but the addition of just about 3 FTE here we think is prudent. We haven't shown every request here because the enterprise funds were required to comply with the constrained base budget exercise. The list is pretty lengthy. Each of those is intended to restore service levels in an escalating cost environment. And with that, we'll open up for questions on the operating budget section.
Thank you. That was a lot of information to go through. I believe, oh no, my question's the next section. Never mind. Any other council remarks?
Yeah, I'm just curious. We have a hiring chill, and now we're talking about 6.25 FTEs. And how does that work? How do we have a hiring chill and at the same time bring on new people or new positions?
I think chill and freeze are 2 different things. City manager.
Right, I think that's a good distinction between chill and freeze, even though it sounds very similar. Here, the intent of the hiring chill is really to help our departments really think very critically through whether filling that position is going to work in the long run. The process that we will use will include a report that needs to include financial information and an analysis of the work, the program that position is supporting, and a rationale for why the position is needed despite or in light of the budget constraints that we're facing. So a lot of it is about trying to think through it critically, rationally, and to make sure that there's all the people who might need to be involved with the decision are, and that would include myself. So I normally would not be kind of approving a job requisition for a vacant position, but in this case, I would be for the positions that are being filled going forward. we totally understand and struggle with the same exact question. You know, if we're identifying new positions, how does that go together with what we think may be coming down the line or, involving reductions in the future? And I think we're really trying to base these decisions on what we know at this point in time and make recommendations based on what we know. Our department heads were asked very similar questions going into the discussions about the positions that were being requested, and essentially, would this still be needed, or would you still want to maintain this position even if there were reductions needed in the future? I think certainly in some areas it's pretty clear. As an example, with the police department positions, we've had a conversation in January with analysis from a consultant that identified a number of additional sworn positions we needed. These come with some grant funding opportunities that we wouldn't ordinarily see, and so we definitely wanted to move forward with those. The other items were, again, places where we saw and heard and could articulate reasons why it would really help us from a safety standpoint. As an example, with the fleet mechanic position, and the communications coordinator is one of these. We have a person in the role. Ordinarily, we would need to either extend the contract. We get a little complicated if we have a contract position that's been extended over and over and over again. We believe the need will still be there. This position's been doing a lot of work with our parking program, our transit program. We do see the need to continue a lot of communication work on those areas, and then we're looking to supplement and actually offset potentially some of our consultant costs for communications work that we're already doing in our capital improvement program. So we do send that work out to contractors, and we're hoping that this will help reduce those costs. So we looked at each position really carefully to make sure that they would make sense even in that constrained environment going forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I have another question about the number 19 of the SOBCs, which you didn't mention specifically, but the funding for the public art coordinator contract position. I'm curious why that comes out of the public art fund, since the public art fund is not an enterprise fund, and I'm concerned about the viability of that fund. It seems to me that should be a general fund expense rather than coming out of the public art fund. I think the public art fund is supposed to go to sponsor public art. So,
City Manager.
Thank you. Good question. And this is another position we funded as a contract position. It's new. We've had the position for, I think, about 1.5 years filled now. Because the public art fund is, you're right, it's not treated as a true enterprise fund. It is a separate, essentially, accounting function that allows us to make sure that fees that are paid as in lieu fees by private development and our contributions from our capital improvement program that we make every year according to city policy to help support public art all go into that fund. We've actually accrued quite a balance in there of over $1 million, and over time, the city decided and decisions were made, my predecessors before I got here, on trying to actually spend that funding on public art, and this position was seen as a good way to do that by making sure that the art is getting out on the street. And so the position is in charge of managing our outreach directly to community members, and so they manage our utility box art program. They do a lot of engagement with the community and do education work, and so the position is actually creating art and murals, and they help to oversee the mural in the Choro underpass, and so the use of that funding for the position it appears appropriate, but because it's being funded through the separate account, that over time we can't assure that that same amount of funding is going to be available forever. We don't currently have a plan for funding it through the general fund. It's all technically the general fund, but funding it as part of the other Parks and Recreation operating budget we're trying to stay the course at this point in time. And we could look at other changes, but the struggle we would have would be if we find value in the position, we would need to make cuts somewhere else in order to retain it. But we do think it is, again, producing public art for the community.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I have 3 questions. The first one I think maybe is just a little bit of a technical question. It's about the communications coordinator. I heard you say, and I know that this has been a contract position for a couple of years. And so in the SOBC descriptions, it says that 40% will be general fund cost and 30% will go to each of the other 2 enterprise funds. And the amount that was in there was $35,000. I guess it's a significant other budget. It's a change, right? So since it's been an existing position, is that $35,000 40% of the total cost of the position, or is it? Okay, so we're counting the whole cost of the position instead of just the difference between what we've been spending on a contractor versus what it will be as a full-time equivalent.
See, there were 2 tables. There's a general fund table that shows the 40%, and then it shows up again in the enterprise fund table for the remainder. So between the 2, we've made one whole person and the costs associated with that. This is a different way of breaking out the cost for that position, because so far our parking and transit funds have been providing I believe all of the funding for that. If not, I need to make sure, because I think we made a change recently.
The general fund has been contributing. I think this is because of the inclusion of CIP. This is a larger share of cost for the general fund. And to your maybe second question in there about whether or not it's the increment above and beyond what we're already paying, or if it's the total cost of the position, it is the $35,000 is the total share of cost for the general fund. The share of cost for the other funds, I think, is about $26,000 and some change. And the reason that we're showing the total cost of the position, even though we already have a contract position, is because we consider contract positions to be one-time in nature. And so following that line of logic, if it's a one-time thing, you would otherwise expect it to go away at the end of the fiscal year. So we thought it best to, reflect the entire cost of the position, because it would be a permanent allocation.
Okay, thank you. My second question is about, there's a table on page 910 of the packet, which is, I think, the revenues expected from the general fund. Well, it's the actuals from 23-24, then the current budget, then the financial plan years. And notice that the police revenue has gone down. It's gone down this year in the current budget, and is anticipated to go down even more in 25 through 27. And just curious what that's a result of. 910. I think it's 910 in the packet.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that question. In the police and fire departments, we don't budget for mutual aid revenues, which can be in the millions, because it's used to cover unbudgeted overtime expenditures. So that reflects the decrease that you're seeing. It's not an expected decrease in activity.
Okay, so the actuals, I see. So you probably didn't budget as much as there was in 23-24, but that represents the actuals.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And then my last question is about the SOBCs. And let me look up what number was. It was noted in the agenda correspondence. I think it's number 24, which talks about funding for an annual subscription for body-worn cameras and in-car video. And just wondering, I saw the description there about that it was suggested, I think, that this item come back at supplement, if I remember correctly. I don't have it quite in front of me, but just wondering what the rationale was for that. If this is a system, my understanding is this is a system we already have and are using currently, but why would we not want to budget for it now?
I believe it is because we don't actually need to pay that increased cost until the second year of the plan, based on our subscription. I'm seeing nodding,
Okay.
correct.
The police chief is, Chief Scott, do you want to answer?
That's what I read in my notes, but I think it'd be really great to hear from the chief.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. That is correct. The answer was spot on. We negotiate ahead of time. These are lengthy multi-year contracts with several moving pieces of our operation, being the body cams as well as the in-car cams. And so our current years will be paid up through the first year, and then those increases will kick in that next year according to the budget, and we'll start another contract cycle with the vendor. I'm sorry, one other thing. We did realize some cost savings by staying with our current vendor without having to go back and reinstall the equipment.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. So when you come back to us in June, you'll have an updated budget forecast or revenue forecast based on current economic trends. Is that anticipated?
I think we'll see where we are at that point. I think we will have. I think what we know is that we will have some slight tweaks based upon, you know, as an example, the cost of the animal services contract, a few other kind of lingering items, but that are pretty small dollar amounts. I think, unfortunately, it's too early to tell if we're going to know anything. We typically, you know, we're going to publish the budget document a couple weeks prior to the hearing itself, and so we're going to have to see where we are in our process and what we know and what we don't know. But if there are changes to the forecast, that would certainly be something that we would highlight and cover in any meetings with council prior to the hearing itself.
If we were to have sufficient information where we were forecasting even less revenue, would staff also be prepared to recommend additional cuts, or is the theory that the fiscal health plan is sort of designed to kind of provide that cushion to us over the short term, both the end of this fiscal year, but going into the first quarter of the next fiscal year?
Yeah, so I think it really depends on what the gravity is of the changes that we would need to make. We have a requirement to recommend to you a balanced budget, so we wouldn't necessarily be able to rely on the fiscal health contingency plan to deliver on those things. We're still going to have to balance out the numbers by June 17th. Or whenever we publish the document for your consideration, and you will have to adopt a balanced budget. And so I think it would be, you know, depending on how the numbers shift, I think it would probably be presumptuous to make adjustments based on what we presume we can achieve through the fiscal health contingency plan. So I think more to be seen about what that's actually going to look like. One of the things that I should have mentioned when the question was first asked is actually that one of the things that we discussed today is that Riley covered on one of his slides that we've noticed a pretty significant decrease in development services revenue. At the time that we built that assumption into the forecast, things looked worse than they actually look today. We've seen a slight uptick. It does not solve the problem overall, but there may also be an opportunity to increase our forecasted assumptions in some areas on the revenue side of things.
Thanks. You were showing forecasts for the next fiscal planning cycle, year 3 and 4 in effect. Is that deficit based on rolling the current proposed budget forward, or is it based on the budget we're in now? In other words, does that budget already include things like no 3% increase to operating, or I'm trying to get a sense of how bad that deficit might potentially be, and I'm very aware it's particularly now, it's hard to forecast 2 or 3 years out, or 3 or 4 years out, but
I think the city manager might have something to add to.
The concern I have is, if we're facing a fairly large deficit in year 3 or 4, should we start to look to make cuts in this cycle in anticipation of not having to make such dramatic cuts in the next cycle?
Thank you. Real quick on the question about changes that could happen between now and June, I do just want to let everyone know we have our third quarter budget report will be presented to council on May 20th. So that will provide an update of where we're at with the third quarter of this fiscal year. I do think what we are presenting in our proposed budget is the sequential steps that we believe we need to take in order to address that issue in 2 years. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the intent is to not stop with what we've put forward. I believe the year 3, it does build on what we're proposing now, but with a couple of modifications being that 1 year or the $1 million in reductions to capital budgets wouldn't happen, meaning we essentially restored that funding to our normal capital budget. And then we've also built in the cost for staffing a 5th fire station. So those are the major contributors to that $3 million amount. There are a lot of other things that we will need to address that I think are likely to add to that projected deficit. So there are programs that we haven't built into this financial plan, things like a full inspection program related to the fire hazard severity zone mapping and additional defensible space needs that we will need to take care of. So that's just one example. We haven't fully planned for all of the maintenance needs at our new parks that we have added to the city system. And those are just a couple of identified areas that we're going to need to continue wrestling through. And so with that in mind, that's why we're not going to just stop with what we've presented now, but we're going to start through new steps pretty immediately so that by the time we get to the second year of this financial plan, we should have that set of proposed reductions to help make sure we've addressed the needs. Now, if something happens much more urgently, and unfortunately, we do know how to do that in some ways because we all went through this during COVID. At least that was the most recent example, right? That most cities in the region adopted one-year budgets because that was kind of the best thing you could possibly put together. And there were so many unknowns that a lot of plans were put in place to keep spending at a minimum because we didn't know what was going to happen. So we do have tools that we've used that we know can be effective, that we would be bringing forward with recommendations if there's something as dramatic as a global pandemic or some other type of major economic issue that could really impact on the revenue side of things, so that we can make sure we bring that under our control. That's also why we have our reserve accounts and budgets too. So we're equipped to address those types of fluctuations. But again, we would definitely, nothing would be a surprise to you all or to the community because we would be having these conversations about what we do, what the problems are, how bad are they, and what are the tools we need to enact to address them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you all for your questions and answers so far. I actually have a transit question. So I was curious if I'm reading this correctly, that ridership is projected as level over the next few years. Is that a correct reading of the projections there?
Within the short-range transit plan or within the budget?
Within the budget, it was looking at like fare revenues were projected as the same year over year.
Yeah, we kept it level, but we have been incorporating the short-range transit plan, and so we're going to incorporate those revenue projections in there. So it'll likely change when it comes back, when the budget comes back for adoption in
So we'll
June.
get slightly more precise numbers. I was asking just
Yeah.
because we have been seeing some pretty significant leaps, thanks to all the good work you guys have been doing in ridership. And then we heard earlier there is increased demand, potentially that we might see more ridership from different sectors within the community. And also, unfortunately, ridership increases in times of financial crisis, if we're looking at something like that. And so I was just curious about, obviously we can't project for the unknowns, but building in some of the projections since we do have increased ridership goals.
Yeah, we've been very lucky to see almost 10% increase in ridership year over year. We know that that's going to likely plateau. But through the Short Range Transit Plan development, there's in consideration to tie it to population growth, but that is pretty nominal here in our county. So there's a middle ground approach of about 2%, not including the service changes. And so that still needs to be built into Transit's operating budget.
Excellent. So that's just a really conservative projection, then keeping it static over the next couple of years.
Yes.
And going back to, forgive me one second, in the presentation, we were just looking at the transit fund summary. Did I understand correctly that we have not removed any federal funding from the future years projections? Is that right?
Correct. The forecast still includes formula and some discretionary funding. From talking to other operators in the industry and then also third-party consultants, there is no clear direction at this point of whether that money is going to completely go away or whether it's going to persist. And so the feedback we continually get is just keep doing as you always have, which is we're going to continue to assume that a certain amount of formula money is going to come our way, and then there's going to be opportunities for discretionary funding as well for certain projects.
So what accounts for the variability in revenue then if we're projecting fairly static ridership revenue, and obviously there's variability in how much federal funds we get from year to year, but like what is that variability?
Well, the big thing is tying it to major capital projects, like anytime we need replacement buses. I believe it's in next fiscal year, we're including $5.5 million or $5.7 million for buses, and then of course offsetting revenue. And if we don't get that money, that project is not going to persist. It'll likely move out to the following fiscal year until that money can be secured.
So it'd be like programmed in grants that we'd anticipate getting for those major purchases then?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Can I tie back onto that bus question? I remember there was a slow cog bus that was looking at adding well, not slow cog bus, obviously slow RTA, adding a route to Cal Poly. Is that happening in the next 2 years? Can you remember that?
I believe in their Short Range Transit Plan, there's a proposal to have Route 9 stop at Cal Poly around midday. It was like noon or 12:17. I don't know the timing of it. I'll need to look at their executive summary, but I believe they were in their next financial plan, including that service change as part of their operating budget. So it would likely be next year or the following year that would take effect.
Great, that's what I remembered too, but I wasn't 100% sure. So I was wondering, does that help or hurt our numbers, I guess, when it comes to the riders? So if the riders are going on to the RTA bus to go on to Cal Poly instead of our buses to go to Cal Poly, is that kind of a push-pull as far as the rider numbers and the budget?
I believe the adding Cal Poly service on Route 9 was on the southbound, and they would stop at Cal Poly first before coming into town, so it wouldn't necessarily be pulling riders off of our system.
Okay.
Hopefully, generally with transit, a rising tide lifts all boats, so hopefully more interest in RTA services means more interest in slow transit services.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a nice discussion of the Public Safety Center in the staff report. It's on page 57 of 95. And my question is whether, well, it reads as part of the 2025-27 financial plan, funding is being allocated to continue the programming for the Public Safety Center while also addressing the immediate facility needs at 1042 Walnut. And I certainly understand why there are these immediate facility needs at 1042 Walnut. They've needed them for a long time. But my question is whether that could be pushed out if we have to continue programming for the Public Safety Center in this upcoming cycle, or if we could just push it out another 2 years or another 4 years or something like that. And I don't know why we have to keep planning for, this is the question, why do we need to keep allocating funding to continue the programming for the Public Safety Center when we don't yet know whether or not we're going to need it, because possibly what we're doing with the new building on Walnut may be plenty good enough. So
We have Mr. Horn and Chief Scott. Mr. Horn, we'll start with you.
Council remarks. Excellent question. It might be better, if you're okay with that, if we could table the question until we get to the capital improvement plan section. We have a whole slide on public safety improvements that we'd like to walk you through.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right. Any other questions for the operating budget? Well, let's move forward to the capital improvement.
Just a little bit of musical chairs, and then we'll let Madeline take it from here.
Kaylee's a little taller than me. All right, Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me tonight. I'm Madeline Casenta, the Capital Improvement Administrative Manager, and I'm here today to present the 10-year draft CIP for the 2025-27 financial plan. We have been working on this capital improvement plan since November of 2024, so it's exciting to finally present the details to you. This CIP is a significant shift from previous CIPs. In the past, we have only constrained the first 2 years, and in this capital plan, we've constrained all 10 years. This is not an easy task. It's been a lot of work with staff, with department heads, with a lot of resources involved trying to get us to this point. So lots of kudos to the people behind me for working really hard on getting us to this point. This plan does not mean that we're constrained, meaning there's nothing that can move in the next 10 years, but meaning that we will revisit this every 2 years as part of the financial plan, and this will allow us to see trade-offs. So as we can see now, if we want to move something into year 3, that means we might be able to see better trade-offs in that year. The process involves the CIP review committee, which is primarily comprised of department heads. The CIP review committee initially reviews all of the department's requests. We evaluate all projects based on city goals, staffing capacity, and operational impact. We take all of that information, balance the budget, and take it back to CIP review committee. You can see sometimes that happens over and over again. I think we've done maybe 10 or 12 different rounds to the CIP review committee to make sure that we can achieve that consensus with that group prior to presenting that to the city manager. And then finally, we presented it all to the leadership team with the city manager. We have gotten to this point, and now we're presenting it to you and to the public. A huge part of this is understanding our staffing capacity and also the time it takes to actually implement these projects. On average, it takes 18 months to complete a project. This is a basic project, like a paving project on a parking lot. So it's really important to understand that and have a timeline in mind when you're thinking of projects and assigning resources. In fiscal year 24-25, we had 96 project assignments. meaning we had about 10 or a little over 10 projects assigned per project manager, and we completed 3 projects per project manager, which is about right, meaning that our staff were working hard to complete, but we had too many projects to manage. In year 1, we're trying to correct that. We still are seeing that we're trying to work through that overload of projects, so we still have a pretty high load capacity of projects with 64 project assignments, about 7 projects per project manager, and then in year 2, dropping to 42 project assignments as we work through that inventory with 5 projects per project manager. So getting a little bit better as we get to year 2, and we'll start working through it. This table gives a high-level overview of the different funding sources spent in the 10-year CIP. Notably, the capital outlay fund is showing that we are debt financing the Prado interchange in year 5. You'll see a dip down in the fund in year 5, and then it'll kind of slowly trickle down in year 6, fully going down to the $4.6 million that we anticipate we will have to pay back that debt financing per year. We'll kind of go over more details on those Prado interchange projects and some other slides that I'll get to, but just kind of noting that out in this slide. In addition, the Infrastructure Investment Fund, we are anticipating depleting by year 3 in support of the Prado Bridge widening project. We are showing all anticipated grants that we anticipate receiving, and then also showing that all revenue in current impact fee accounts are accounted for in the CIP. However, we're not forecasting additional revenue from impact fees, meaning that as we receive additional revenue from those impact fees, that will be baked into future capital improvement plans. So it only gets better from here. The capital plan categorizes projects by type. This allows us to effectively see which projects drive operational impacts, asset maintenance, asset replacements, fleet, and IT typically drive operational impacts down. New assets usually drive operational impacts up. You can see on the table on the right, Prado Interchange, Prado Bridge Widening, Rigetti Parks, ATP projects, those total about 88% of that new asset category. So it's a pretty big chunk of the new assets. A high-level overview of the first 2 years going into construction. These are a lot of really cool projects. I know we've kind of had a little bit of doom and gloom, but we're doing some really cool things in the city, so this is the fun part. We're doing our yearly paving projects, so this year, or this next month on the 6th, you'll get to see our reconstruction paving project coming to council. And then next year, we'll follow that up with our ceiling project, Higuera Complete Streets project, Rigetti Parks. We'll get into more details as we get into a couple more slides. Don't get too excited. EV charging infrastructure, Islay sewer main replacement, California water main replacement, water meter upgrades, broadband infrastructure, Emerson Park, parking structure safety elements, which include safety fencing and cameras in the parking structures, police station IT, and Fire Station 3-4 remodel, California and Taft Roundabout, transit bus electrification and charging infrastructure, Pismo Street retaining wall. So lots of projects, big projects going to construction. One of the community's biggest priorities that we heard at the community forum was the Rigetti Parks. Currently, we have not collected enough funding from impact fees of that development to construct the full community park. This park came in at an engineer's estimate of $23 million. The city is unable to fund the full park, and because of that, in the CIP, we've divided it into different phases so that we can actually construct this for the community. In the CIP, we are anticipating constructing phase 1 of the community park in year 1. With that, that's $6.5 million going towards the play structure and fields. You can see that in the white area, and then also there's a blow up of that. You can see in the upper section, the dark blue squares show all areas within the community park. The only light blue square is the pocket park. So we're anticipating funding all phases of the community park. The pocket park, the linear park is anticipated to be funded in year 11 of the financial plan. So you might not see that in your packets at this time. Pickleball courts, pump track, basketball and parking, tennis courts are all funded within the 10-year CIP. It just might take us some time to get there as we don't have all the funding that we would like. We have 4 ATP projects in our 10-year CIP, with the first one being Higuera Complete Streets, starting construction in year 1. We have $2.5 million going towards this project. This is in addition to the funding that's already been allocated to the project. The total project is about $11.5 million with $8 million in grant funding. About 63% of the project goes towards paving and curb construction. So it's not just ATP elements, but we're actually getting a lot of maintenance in this project. And it's not just operational impacts like my slide kind of referred to in the beginning. The other 3 projects are the Foothill Complete Streets project in 28-29, Broad Street Complete projects in 29-30, and the Railroad Safety Trail in 34-35. And we've spaced this out strategically based on staffing resources. We want to make sure that we can deliver on the timelines that we say we can. It's difficult to roll out these projects. They require a lot of public input. And so we want to make sure that we're setting realistic expectations. Prado Bridge widening and interchange projects are coming soon, potentially, hopefully. Prado Bridge is expected to go into construction in year 3. Currently, we are recommending a shift of $5 million in general fund from Prado interchange in year 1. Council had a report come to council in February 18th, which appropriated funding from San Luis Branch cash bonds that allowed for the Prado interchange to utilize those funding sources for design, meaning that we will not need those funds until year 5 of the interchange project. Because of that, we are recommending moving those funds over to the Prado Bridge interchange or Prado Bridge widening project so that they can be utilized sooner. In addition, we are recommending that all of the IAF funding be put towards this project by year 3, which is when construction is going to happen. Prado interchange is expected to go into construction in year 5. Debt financing is shown in the CIP as $75 million. A previous staff report showed it to council as $100 million. However, council directed staff to seek additional regional resources. There is a line in the CIP with $25 million of unrealized grant funding to hold space for that. The CIP is also forecasting $4.6 million over 30 years at 5% interest. This also is assuming $3 million and $1.5 million in interest in debt financing in years 5 and 6. If you guys can remember, we received a little bit of that interest on the parking structure. We had not anticipated receiving that interest, and so later we appropriated that to projects. In this case, we're anticipating receiving some of that back. It's an estimate, but we hope to receive it. Speaking a little bit on public safety projects, we have fire and police in here. Fire Station 5 is something that we've been talking a lot about, and in year one, we are funding $150,000 towards the programming of Fire Station 5. That'll give us a better idea of what that project might look like. Right now, we don't have a really good idea of where it might go or what it might look like.
Do you want to share the difference of what programming is at this moment versus what we think of like Parks and Rec programming?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so programming is like initial scoping, looking at what the sizing of the facility might need to be, things like that. So yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. So that's year one. And then the interim fire station planned at Avila Ranch is expected to be built in year 3. That is primarily funded through the development agreement with Avila Ranch for $440,000, and the rest of it is funded through the development agreement. The $440,000 that the city is planning to contribute towards that project would be the difference between the 2-person fire station within the development agreement and the 3-person fire station that we believe we need in that area. Fire Station 3-4 remodel is moving forward in year 1. That's a $1.3 million project, and we are currently in design on that. In addition to these projects, we have 4 different fire apparatus replacements scheduled for the 10-year CIP. All of those are shown in the CIP as financed in our purchasing policy. All vehicles over $250,000 are allowed to be debt financed or financed, and so we are recommending doing that with all of the fire engines. You'll see in the CIP that they're shown as chunks, so you might wonder, are we purchasing, many different engines? But that's just one. Due to the long lead time of the fire engines, planning for these replacements in advance is extremely important. So we are planning for them. I believe the lead time was 3 years in advance. So we're trying to make sure that we stay on target for this replacement. The Public Safety Center is taking a shift since we've purchased 1106 Walnut. And because of this, we've had 1142 Walnut, which is the existing fire station across the street, has a lot of deferred maintenance in that building. We're wanting to address that deferred maintenance and make sure that the staffing staying in 1042 Walnut has a facility that they can work in. Because of that, in year 2 of the financial plan, we're continuing the programming for the Public Safety Center. We currently have a little bit of funding for that 2-site analysis, so we're going to still be looking at that. In year 1 of the CIP, we are anticipating a paint and carpet project so that we can get the police some of their immediate needs addressed. And then in year 1, we're going to move into a design of a TI for that 1042 Walnut building, and year 2 move into construction for not only the TI, but also replacing the HVAC and hydronic system that we've deferred for a while now. The dispatch and workstations and carpet replacement is happening in year 3. And then moving forward, we're looking at more of a design entitlements for Public Safety Center, putting funding towards that in the out years, year 5 and 6. The CIP is recommending a lot of investments in the Laguna Lake area, starting with our annual silt removal in year 1. The city's silt removal projects are assessed yearly and prioritized based on need. 2 locations that clear sediment, 2 locations in the area of Laguna Lake, one that clears sediment, allowing the lake to, one that clears sediment from preventing the silt to enter into the lake, and one clears sediment, that clear sediment, allowing the lake to flow out and into a channel nearing Madonna Road and into Slow Creek. In 2023, the city performed an emergency project at the location entering Laguna Lake and prevented over 8,000 cubic yards of sediment from entering into the lake. In year 2, the city plans to address flood damage from the 2021 and 2023 storm events at the golf course, replacing a bridge and repairing the golf course pro shop. In year 3, the Vista Lago Playground is proposed to be replaced. This is for $540,000. And in year 4, we are recommending the first year of the Laguna Lake dredging project. At Laguna Lake. A pilot project was done at Laguna Lake in 2021, removing about 2,000 cubic yards of sediment and proving that the project could be achieved. Another project was planned in 2023 and 2025. However, storms of 2023 required additional resources from the city. One of those being the 2023 silt removal, and that cost of the project was $1.2 million. The silt that we were able to remove from that area was about 8,000 cubic yards. And because of that, we were able to prevent that from entering into the Laguna Lake area. The Laguna Lake Golf Course has had a deferred irrigation replacement for quite some time now. The irrigation system requires a full replacement. And dredging again is scheduled for 32, 33, and 34, 35 in the out years, along with the golf course parking lot paving. The city continues to electrify its fleet, including the replacement of city gas-powered buses with electric and installation of the necessary charging infrastructure. In addition, the city is investing in expanding the downtown transit center. This is the one on Oso Street downtown, not the one previously talked about, next to City Hall, proposing $3 million project in year 3 of the CIP. The city recently completed maintenance projects on the 2 parking structures on Palm Street. In year 3 of the CIP, we plan to complete the final maintenance project at Marsh Street parking structure, which would repair concrete spalling, seal cracks, and floor joints, providing traffic coding and safety repair elements in the amount of $2 million. And a project will also come back to the 2 parking structures at Palm Street in year 1 with safety fencing and safety cameras in the amount of $1.5 million. That's all I have. There's a lot more projects in the CIP. We could not cover them all today, but I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. There is a lot, but like you said, this is really exciting, all the work that's being done. I'm going to have the city manager pipe in before we start with questions.
Thank you. I just thought I would elaborate a little bit more on the Public Safety Center programming question. And the reality is we had conversations previously about and work done envisioning a public safety center that really relied on the fact that we own the property that we own and what might that look like. Since that time, we purchased the property across the street. We need to now do kind of a new re-envisioning exercise around the realities that we now own these 2 pieces of property. And that helps with space, but it has created a physical division within the department that creates its own challenges. So the programming effort will help the department and the city as a whole try to determine what the best course of action may be going forward now, knowing that we have these two pieces of property that we are using. The timing of that, I think there's not, say, a deadline with like a grant or other funding sources that we're trying to match. It's really just trying to keep that process moving and to be able to answer questions, especially for our staff who are kind of wondering what's going to happen to them in this new reality. So that's a lot of the reason for the timing of what we've recommended here. And again, that programming number is to try to help us come up with that plan for, okay, are we talking a one site solution? Is there a potential to keep the department located at those two buildings? How might that work? And what's going to work best going forward? The goal as well is once we have that envisioned, it will help us with the planning for funding going into the future for how we might actually build whatever the plan identifies. So that's the thinking about the timing and what that means by programming.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, that all makes sense. My question still is, just practically speaking, why not just put it back a few years and see how the police department actually functions. Practically speaking, is it going to work? If it turns out that it's not going to work to have the operation split into two locations, seems to me that makes sense. Then we would have to do this visioning and also figure out where it would be located. Do we have to buy land, or is there someplace in the city that we can repurpose, or, there are just a ton of questions. And if we're facing a deficit, I'm just kind of, looking around to see if there's any way that we can is there anything that can be postponed so that we can be more comfortable and confident about all these other expenditures that we're doing, that we know we have to do. So we have to have animal services for sure. You know what I'm talking about. So can that be postponed, or is there an urgent need to do it in the 25-27 financial plan? That's my question.
City Manager.
Thank you. The reality is we don't have to do that work in this 2-year financial plan, but it was the concept that we all came up with through the many conversations about the CIP and the needs of all of the departments and requests for facilities around the city. And so we're certainly open to, conversations about whether you'd like to direct us to shift that. It was just trying to help the department come up with that plan moving forward. And certainly, our police chief is here as well, who is currently living in our existing structures. And so I'm sure he'd be happy to provide any additional information as well if that's needed.
So I have a question to add on with that. So if we don't do that programming, then some members of the police department will just move in across the street tomorrow?
So the programming is separate from the tenant improvement work that we're doing both in the 1106 Walnut Building and the existing 1042 Walnut Building. Those are separate projects that will move forward if our capital improvement plan is approved and funded as we've recommended. So the programming piece is really a separate work effort. It really just helps that plan for the future and to help the staff kind of understand and see where we as a whole are thinking that we would accommodate them and plan for their work environment, not just in this current state, but what they might look at into the future.
Thank you. Chief, do you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item in particular. The current building is comfortably past its usable life and has been for a bit. Much of the maintenance that's in the plans that you're looking at are really, really, really critical issues for the health and safety of our employees. When we bought the 1106 property initially, that was a temporary building to allow us to move over while we thought we were going to potentially demo and build a new public safety center. That's shifted, obviously, for a number of reasons. If this is going to be a longer-term solution, which it looks like it will be, we're going to have to make some improvements on 1042 so it's functional along with the new property. Part of that will be as employees move out into the new building, there'll have to be some things that are shifted. Some furniture will have to be moved in, paint and carpet, as we talked about. But the bigger project in year one will be for, we don't have bulletproof glass in the building. The HVAC system is failed. And so things like that, if we're gonna be in there for 10 years or 2 years, these are things that have to be addressed fairly immediately, just so we have a baseline level of support in the structure.
Yeah, that makes sense. My question is whether we also need to envision building a public safety building, a public safety center, before we know if operating with these two different locations is actually going to work. So I don't know if we need to assume that it's not going to work. We've put a lot of money already into the idea that it could work. So do you feel that the department needs to also envision a public safety center with the assumption that having two locations for the operation will not work?
No, we're going to bring back a plan and have our consultants study this new option for us, and we're going to bring back a plan to council with a single site solution as well as this new property that we own to incorporate both sites and give council both cost and usability options, what we'll trade off, and then where we can leverage having this additional piece of property. So we very much envision a two-site solution could be the answer. But we also want to have, people that can understand our programming needs to make, help us with some options to present to council.
Okay,
Correct.
So the answer I'm hearing is that yes, you do need to have the what's being requested in the CIP.
That is correct. We feel that's a reasonable step in moving towards a long-term solution. We feel like we have the short-term under control with some moderate improvements. But if we're looking at the next 5 to 10 years, these are steps that we feel are instrumental now to prepare us for what we could potentially have in the future. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was a question, I think it was in the agenda correspondence, kind of talking about how the cost reallocation works. And the last part that I didn't hear you provide in the presentation was, so when the project is done, that has received the reallocated money, let's say Prado Bridge, for example, and then it's time to put the money back, in a sense, for Prado Overpass because it's coming from San Luis Ranch. How can the average person kind of follow the trail of funding so they can feel comfortable that we're being accountable, but at the same time that we're able to utilize the funding to get projects done?
Sure, and I don't know if the cost allocation question is a little different than how we're programming or allocating capital funds. Is that?
I am meaning specifically around the reallocation, I mean, not cost allocation, of capital project funding specifically.
Got it, yeah. Yeah, so reallocation of capital funding, we cannot transfer between projects without coming back to council. So that's within our purchasing policy, is we have to return to council to transfer funding. So that would either be within the report to council with, the project, or it would be within a supplemental budget or, during budget time.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Francis.
Thank you. I have kind of a hand-wavy question for you. I'm really excited about the 10-year plan and really being able to kind of think through what the community can anticipate over that scale of time. I know you mentioned that in year one, we've scaled down to 64 projects as opposed to the 96 that were programmed previously, and that still gives 7 projects per project manager. I know every project is really different in the demands that it puts on a project manager, how much time it takes, what kind of investment it means from them as far as their job time. But I was wondering, do we feel like this is still, I know this is a more realistic take, but is this a realistic take on what we're able to accomplish in the coming year?
Yeah, and you're right. We have a staff with different skill sets. We have projects with varying lengths. They're different complexities. So can we complete all of these projects within year one? Likely not. But I think showing the projects in year one versus year two and how they drop off is really important to see, and how we're kind of checking those off the list. And so I think the plan is achievable in the way that we're showing it.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. And obviously, these things, some of them take quite a bit of time. So we're not looking for all of them to disappear in year one or be done in year one. But just want to make sure that, if we need to take more off of your plates, that we're really thinking critically about doing this in a really smart way that means that we can be successful. Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice question. Councilmember Boswell. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, first, thanks to staff for answering all my questions, which are probably mostly about the CIP. I asked a lot of them, so thank you very much for answering them. It was super helpful and clarified a lot of questions I already had, but I did want to just clarify one of the responses. This is number 6 in the agenda correspondence regarding the South Broad Street corridor. So the CIP is showing the $3 million allocation in year 5. I assuming that's for like a full implementation of a whatever corridor plan it would be. In the response, there's a note about the 400,000 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant funding to implement quick build. That would be that's sooner than the year 5, right? Is that part of the year 5 funding?
Great question. We have been trying to get our contract documents for the grant funding executed for nearly 6 months, and we're this close. We have existing funding, including the Safe Streets for All grant, to fund basically development of like a design concept plan, a corridor plan. That also includes some funding for a demonstration project. So it could be quick build elements, things that can be done quickly and nimbly to test safety concepts. It won't be like rebuilding curb ramps, traffic signals, that kind of thing. But the idea is to come away with a blueprint of like, what are the phased improvements that we could be trying to fund in that year, look ahead year, to understand what are the highest priority elements that we think we can do within that. And also, are there other grants we can try to leverage that program funding to do something bigger if we're successful with those endeavors?
So we could see some of those quick build items before the year 5 allocation that's shown in the CIP?
Correct.
Okay.
And just to temper expectations, it'd be like striping, maybe some radar feedback signs. I can't weigh in on like what those might be, and I'm not directly involved in the project, but it'd be low-hanging fruit, low-cost types of rapid measures.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Well, not that many questions. Kind of nice, right? Truly the thoroughness of the agenda correspondence. Thank you to all of the staff that are here and not here. It really took away a lot of the questions that I had, and I think kind of prompted other questions, but that's okay. At this point, it is now time for public comment. Do we have public comment on the budget item?
We have 8 public speakers on this item at this moment. That doesn't account for those that are going to run up as we take them in. So our first.
I heard 8, therefore we have 24 minutes of public comment maximum. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's what's in my hand right now. As I said. Okay. Our first person is, and if you'll please line up and be ready to speak as soon as the person before you is done, that would really help. Rachel Whalen, Tyler Corey, Barry Price.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. I'm Rachel Whalen, the Governmental Affairs Coordinator at the SLO Chamber. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input on the city's 25 to 27 budget and major city goals. As we look toward the challenges and opportunities of the next 2 years, we encourage the council to prioritize strategic investments in the following key areas. Number 1, economic development. With economic challenges ahead, our board recommends the city increase investment in economic development and business retention, highlighting the proven success of the Buy Local Bonus program. Given its strong impact and growing popularity among both locals and visitors, we strongly recommend prioritizing this program for the foreseeable future. Number 2 is housing. We previously requested at the January meeting that the land use and circulation element be included in the 25 to 27 budget to avoid hindering development. And we believe the inclusion of the housing element this cycle satisfies that intent by supporting new housing opportunities. The SLO Chamber believes that we need to do everything we can in order to increase housing stock, particularly small, dense, attainable units, in order to retain and attract workforce that is necessary to our economy. As we recently heard at the SLO County Housing Summit, homeownership is out of reach for much of our local workforce due to skyrocketed prices. This financial barrier forces many people to remain renters, often struggling with high rental costs and limited availability. We look forward to working with the city as the renter protection and neighborhood wellness work program continues to develop, as this has direct impacts on our local workforce and their decision to stay in SLO or look elsewhere. We are in support of increased data on rentals as long as it doesn't increase fees and bureaucracy, which makes housing harder. And we believe that increased education will be beneficial to both the tenants and the landlords. Lastly, fiscal responsibility. We commend the city for its progress in addressing the unfunded pension liability. The continued commitment to an additional $2 million in discretionary payments to CalPERS is a prudent measure to ensure long-term fiscal sustainability. We appreciate the thoughtful and consistent leadership that has gone into this effort and encourage its continuation. Finally, we thank city staff for their willingness to continually engage with us on these important issues. Your openness to collaboration helps us build a stronger San Luis Obispo for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of the City Council, city staff, and folks from the community. My name is Tyler. I'm a resident here in San Luis Obispo. I live on Murray Avenue near Cal Poly. I'm also a Master's of Public Policy student at Cal Poly. And tonight I'm going to talk about an issue I've talked about many, many times with respect to the budget and with respect to the work plan items that were discussed earlier on in this agenda item about renter protections and housing. And I want to begin by recognizing that there are many different types of renters in our communities. There are folks who are living on Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid who are 60 plus senior citizens. There are people who are young professionals. There are people who are in the middle of their lives and are working in our community and are renting. But I do want to focus on one community in particular, very close to my own, which are Cal Poly students who are renting. If you do some back of the napkin math, you can quickly figure out that roughly, again, the numbers are a little bit tricky. Roughly half of the renters in the city limits of San Luis Obispo are likely to be either Cal Poly Cuesta students or the age of Cal Poly and Cuesta students, somewhere between 18 and 25. Why is this important? I think it's very important because this community is significantly more transient than the others that I just briefly touched on before. And so I think what it means is that when you all are looking at developing stronger renter protections through new ordinances, through new policy proposals, ideas, when you're looking at developing a rental registry, it may force you to look at things in a slightly different way than other cities may throughout California. Granted, I still think that San Luis Obispo is a microcosm of a lot of the challenges that face cities throughout California with respect to renting and home ownership because of low numbers of vacant units, high numbers of renters in the community already. But I think the existence of such a large swath of the renting population being Cal Poly students is something that we cannot go unnoticed. And so I hope to see policies built that are thoughtful of the academic terms, that are thoughtful of the way that these students move in and out of the community, and that are also done in consultation with Cal Poly, who's developing so much more on-campus housing to the degree that they will eventually have a 2-year live-on requirement for all students. There are other things that are happening, including the quarter semester transition, the integration of maritime, that more Cal Poly students coming in, that I think are all things that should be considered when developing renter protection policies, because they are impactful to a population that is otherwise going to be underserved and neglected because they may not be as familiar with the rights they have and the protections that they continue to have. Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope you're talking to Cal Poly as well.
Barry Price, and then Jerry Clemens, and then LeBryn Harris.
Mayor Stewart, council members, staff, members of the community. I'm Barry Price, representing the Tenants Union. There's been a lot of talk already tonight about renter protections and homelessness, and I want to thank you for platforming those issues so that we can have these public discussions about them. It's super important. I'll just say a few words tonight on why we're pushing so hard on these issues. Imagine a future where every resident of SLO has safe, secure, and affordable housing. Imagine a future where everyone in our community has a sturdy roof over their head and a solid floor under their feet. Imagine a future with a fair and equitable housing market where rents are stable and homes are safe and healthy. Those are our goals. Our challenge is a community is to ensure that that's not just some imaginary future. Our challenge as a community is to make that real in the near term. And we want to be sure the council feels the sense of urgency that renters feel as housing costs continue to skyrocket and conditions continue to deteriorate. We look forward to the study sessions on renter protections and the rental registry, but let's ensure that we not only research and learn, but promptly adopt and implement policies. We need to move with urgency because the cost of living keeps going up. People are spending 40, 50, 60% or more of their incomes on housing, and people who can't, they often end up on the street contributing to our homelessness problem. Those two issues are definitely closely linked. So we know what the issues are. In addition to the comprehensive rental registry, we need to put the brakes on skyrocketing rents. We need to update health and safety requirements, close the loopholes in the Tenant Protection Act, and protect renters from no-fault evictions. So our ask tonight is that you accelerate the proposed schedule for these study sessions and the follow-up activities to meet the urgency of the moment. Don't stretch out the process more than necessary. We can find lots of ways to engage with students and other constituencies meaningfully. I mean, that's the reason we're all here tonight talking about this, is because all of those constituencies have been out here speaking up for the past couple of years. So let's move promptly to adopt and implement effective policies to protect both residential and commercial renters. And thank you again.
Thank you.
After Jerry, it's going to be LeBryn Harris and then Donna Hare Price.
Do I have to hit any buttons? No, I don't, do I?
Nope, you just
It's
put the
already on,
microphone closer
okay.
to your mouth, though.
Oh, okay. Hi. Thank you, Mayor Stewart, City Council, staff. My name is Jerry. I'm an Air Force veteran and have lived in SLO for 8 years. I took a vow to uphold the Constitution, served honorably for many years, and earned the housing support that allows me to live in a dignified life, I now live in subsidized low-income housing, and the programs that support me and so many other veterans in this community are under direct threat from Musk and the billionaires who want to take everything for themselves and leave nothing for the rest of us. On top of that, Haslow may have to increase its rent this year. I'm really worried that if any of this happens, I could end up without a roof over my head. That's scary. That's why you need to enact strong eviction protections and cap unnecessary and unfair rent increases. The promise that veterans like me and so many others across the country would have safe, secure, and affordable housing for the long term is being broken. Many of us have nowhere else to go, but you can do something about it. Local officials have the power to protect from no-fault evictions and keep our rents affordable. The time to do that is now. It's urgent that we act quickly to protect all of our citizens. All of our citizens, thank you, and ditto for everything that's been said. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
LeBryn Harris, Donna Hare Price, and then Biz Steinberg.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. LeBryn Harris, CEO of Downtown SLO. On behalf of our community of businesses, restaurants, visitors, and property owners, I want to sincerely thank you and the City of San Luis Obispo administration for your continued support. As I wrap up my first year leading this incredible community, I am truly in awe of what we've accomplished together. Your partnership has been essential in strengthening the vitality, safety, and vibrancy of our downtown. Downtown is the heart of our city. It's where locals gather, where businesses thrive, and visitors get their first impressions of San Luis Obispo. Think of a community you've loved visiting. That great experience. It didn't happen by accident. It was a result of thoughtful investment and vision. Now think of a place you didn't enjoy that felt uninviting. That too is the result of a lack of investment. Continued collaboration between the city and Downtown SLO isn't just appreciated, it's essential. At conferences this year, I've heard again and again how rare and admired our strong city partnership is. It's not contentious, it's cooperative, and it's productive. That partnership is also bringing world-class events to our city, like the upcoming California Main Street Conference, which Downtown SLO is proud to host this October. Ongoing investment in our downtown helps us meet today's challenges, support small businesses, and reflect the values of our community. We fully support the city's recommended budget and work plan, especially as it aligns with your goals around cultural vitality, economic resilience, and fiscal sustainability. Please continue to prioritize our downtown because when you do, you invest in the entire city. Thank you for your continued commitment. Downtown SLO is ready to work and continue the work alongside you every step of the way.
Thank you.
Donna Hare Price, Biz Steinberg, and Andy Pease.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Over 2 years ago, Cal Poly students knocked on other students' doors and talked to them about habitability and the cost of rent over 2 years ago. Then 10 students, and this was wonderful to have that happen, 10 students came and made comments on these findings, sharing the need for better data with a rental registry and improved tenant protections. That was the birth of the SLO Tenants Union. Since then, at least once a month, a tenant has made comments at council on the need for a rental registry. Students, retired folks, artists, and members of the LGBTQ plus community have asked for help with improved health and safety conditions. I'm concerned that pushing the study sessions out into the fall means more people live in unsafe conditions. I'm wondering if we can take any bold actions to protect our brothers and sisters from further harm using the data we have to immediately enact some protections for our people. On a personal note, it is very difficult to bear hearing how people live in unsafe condition and that we are putting people at risk of being housed on a daily basis. I appreciate your efforts. I look forward to working with you and ensuring that every member of San Luis Obispo has access to safe, affordable, and secure housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of the council, and incredible city staff. This is a big presentation tonight, and I appreciate the review of the goals as well as the budgetary information that was shared. Along those lines, oh, I forgot to say I'm Biz from Capslo, I'm sorry. Some of the areas that I want to thank you for is the general fund support for our homeless program, safe parking, hotels, thank you. We are always interested in collaboration, obviously, with the cities in our county, the county, and any way that our community action agency can bring dollars to share. I think my hearing aid is making buzzes here. We are here to stand with you to do that. I'm excited that childcare and economic development are there. We at the Child Care Resource Connection certainly want to work to enhance and expand opportunities for small businesses of family childcare or center-based care. And Emily is, Francis is on the board for you all now, and she's going to be, I think, attending our advisory board for Child Care Resource Connection. So we thank you for that, Emily. And then another area that I just got an email how we were sitting here is our collaboration with the Department of Energy and our energy conservation program. And the dollars, I'm told that we won this joint project, the money's, the check's in the mail. And we've been waiting, the city and we at Capslo have been waiting. So in those areas, plus any other collaborative partnerships in the future on 46 Prado and how it's close to Prado Road overpass, et cetera, we just look forward to continuing to work with all of you in the areas that affect those in our community who are low income and need our support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Pease, John Samigalski, sorry. And then our final speaker is Kimmy.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Congratulations on a fabulous financial plan. I'm excited about the great work that you and the community and all of the amazing staff has done. A lot of terrific programs, and the new approach to capital projects is terrific. The item I'm particularly supportive is the tasks about housing. The housing, we've kind of joked in the past in terms of major city goals. It's housing for economic development, housing for equity and inclusion, housing for climate action, housing to accomplish so many of our goals. And I think we have the right tasks in the work plan in terms of study sessions and focus groups, preparing for the housing elements. My ask is that we make sure, as we are prioritizing and fine-tuning, that you allow yourself enough time and funding and bandwidth, community communication to be able to do the big work. And it might be towards the end of this financial plan in preparation for that housing elements. But I feel like we've been nibbling around the edges and trying to get the low-hanging fruit, which has been great and successful. And now we're at that point where we end up needing to do some big things. We need to talk about zoning along all of our corridors. We need to talk about parking minimums and eliminating those potentially. So I think we're doing the good work, and I look forward to seeing more housing as a community as part of that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Smigelski. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, staff. Appreciate your time and your service. Was very grateful for the work that the city's response to the flooding of Ocean Air and Lagoon Lake area by taking advantage of the federal disaster funds to remove debris that built up in the Perfume Creek over the years. The creek has periodically gets removed material as kind of a catch basin in the LVR, but with this flooding, the work extended all the way to the lake. The buildup over the years was so much it blocked all the storm drains in the lake, and it became nature, it was trees, etc. And so when the report says, oh, all that material removed was going to go into the lake, it's really not really that accurate. I think most of it was going to stay where it was because it's been there for years, it's going to stay there. But I think what's troubling is somehow the equivalent that it was removing material from the creek was the same as same benefits removing the lake. It's just not the case. I mean, removing it from the creek prevents flooding. It enlarges that gigantic catch basin. I'm not sure you're going to be able to remove it all the time, but it will catch some sediment. But, you know, it really doesn't do anything for moving material that built over the last several decades in the lake. It doesn't provide any steelhead mitigation route enhancement or any of that. So not that equivalency. I do want to say that the cost in there for the pilot program is somewhat misleading because that was a very small project. And what the contractor told us on site was a large portion of the cost went to bringing the equipment in, settling it up, dismantling it, taking it away, and very little was spent on actual dredging. And if you had a larger project, the cost would approach what you'd get from removing it from the creek work. And so, you know, we support budget discipline to create larger projects and, well, get those economies of scales. But, you know, it's been 4 years since that. Money keeps disappearing, and now I'm hearing it's another 4 years, it'd be like 8 years. And it's just troubling. It keeps shifting. I went to the Museum of Natural History in Santa Barbara, and I saw this diorama. I said, what is that place? It looks so familiar. Oh, wait, it's Laguna Lake. They emphasize the importance of this ecosystem for birds, migratory birds, et cetera. And, you know, it's a special place. It's worthy of your stewardship, and I encourage you to have such a real plan. It's hard for us to believe 4 years out, I mean, really, because I've seen so much money disappear. But again, thank you, and please consider having permits in place and ready to go, because I'm concerned that that work's not being done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Kimmy.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for this process. I know the city does this every 2 years, and I appreciate that it's done in such a transparent way. I know that each of us speaking and each of us that emailed are usually just emailing you on our one specific topic that we really care about, but you're tasked with seeing like the whole picture, and I know it's really difficult. I wanted to thank you for making renter protections the major city goal, and like as of today, it looks like there's a timeline for staff to pursue these changes. I agree with the other speakers that the sense of urgency is key as housing costs continue to skyrocket, and in some cases while living conditions are deteriorating. last month, I'm a part of SLO County Yes in My Backyard, and last month we had a little community gathering to talk about some of our struggles and dreams around housing. And so much of the stories that people got to share, I heard so much about the opportunity costs of, people dealing with difficult landlords, long searches for new places to live, difficulties just making the mortgage or the rent. And I just kept thinking, like, this is time and energy that people, these, talented members of our community could be, serving in a congregation or building a small business or raising their children. There's all these things that so many of our residents, including renters and homeowners, just don't have the space in their lives for, because it is such a stress and it is such a worry, and now it's kind of at a fever pitch. So for all of the work plan items under neighborhood vitality and housing, I see so many study sessions on the zoning reforms and not that many adoption timelines. I would encourage you to move with a sense of urgency on those as well, although I know there's so many urgent items before you today. You may be worried about moving too fast and breaking things, and the reality is things are breaking all around us because of how unstable and how expensive housing is in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that our final speaker?
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, thank you very much for everyone who spoke. We appreciate your input. And as mentioned by some of the speakers, we receive a lot of emails on a regular basis, and we are thankful for that input. So many times there's a theme that comes out, whether it's an issue or a certain topic, and really those trends are showing us, hey, staff, do you see this? This seems to be bigger than just one person. So can we talk about that? And I really appreciate that. So now it's time for us to take a quick break, a quick bio break before we get into deliberations, and then we'll come back, do deliberations, and maybe leave before 11. Well, thank you all. Good time to stretch and get ready for the conversation. So who would like to kick it off for the budget? Actually, let me ask a different question first, in all seriousness. Emily and Madeline, do you have anything else you would like to respond after our questions and the public comment before we go into deliberation?
No.
Okay, just want to make sure if we need any other clarifications before we kept going. City Manager.
We just had a slide with some kind of questions that break down between the major city goal work plans, the CIP, and then the overall operating budgets that are up on the screen there, if that helps at all for your conversation. So that's all I wanted to draw attention to that.
Great, thank you so much. Vice Mayor, thank you for kicking off our conversation.
Yeah, I'm going to start with two kind of follow-up questions based on some of the public comment that we got. Several folks in the community talked about the timelines for things and urged us to kind of push for quicker timelines. And a few people had questions about the fact that there are quite a few study sessions noted in the work plan. And so I guess first question is, just for clarification for the community, when we put a study session on our work plan around a particular topic, does that mean that that's all we're going to do on that topic, or is that just the starting point for any kind of action during the 2-year financial planning process?
I think the City Manager will pipe in on that first.
Thank you. Excellent question, because it's a great opportunity for us. the study session will give us direction on those next steps, which we will definitely carry out. It's hard for us to put timelines to what those would be because we're not sure what they are at this point. Some of them may take longer than 2 years to get completed. Some we might be able to do right away. Some might take a year. So it really, the outcomes of the study sessions will be implemented as they're directed in the study session. So I know that's a little bit circular, but it is not the end of the that item. It will kind of spawn additional things that we need to take care of, and we will definitely do those in due course as directed.
Thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that the community understand that that's the intent of a study session, is to kick off the conversation, provide a first opportunity to get public input, and then give us an opportunity to direct what would happen next. The other thing was on the timelines. I guess those are probably mostly related to the study sessions as well. And I don't know if who would want to comment on maybe just a refresher of what some of the timelines were. I know Director Tway mentioned some of when she had envisioned some of the actions happening, but maybe you could just summarize again a little bit.
Is it possible? Do you have a slide that has the memo, arrows, timeline picture, image?
Actually, Emily, right after that one, I think I have a better one. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Actually, go back. Just keeping her awake. It's late. So the reason I wanted to bump to that other slide, the other slide has all of the community development related work program items. What's not represented in this timeline is other housing related actions. So in addition to renter protection and neighborhood wellness related things, which are here, we also have some other things that were referenced, like building code standards, zoning code amendments to address barriers to housing, focus groups with developers to address barriers to housing, understand why downtown flexible density hasn't been utilized. So there are kind of housing production related items that are in the next few slides, but these are really what we've been talking about mostly, which is the renter protection and neighborhood wellness. So the anticipated timeline, and in our official documents, we have by quarter. So quarter one, we'll do this. I tried to estimate a month because that's hard for people to think through what quarter of what fiscal year. But really we hit the ground running July 1st with the new fiscal cycle, and we would come in September or October when students are in town to have the first conversation about renter protections as a whole and get feedback. And to Councilmember Boswell's question, we can take feedback after each study session, probably more helpful because then we can calibrate what else we need to shift around or take off as a work program item depending on that feedback. The next study session would be December for the rental registry study session to get direction on whether or not there's interest in moving forward with that and what that looks like. And then March is the development of the Greek House Enforcement Project Plan. We don't envision this being a study session, but if you go to the next page, there is a study session about code enforcement priorities. And this one is very important. It will involve the Greek House issue, but a lot of these issues like safe housing, renter protections, Greek housing, neighborhood wellness in general compete with each other with limited resources. We had, I think, a very successful study session 2 Octobers ago about code enforcement. So this is a time for us to go over with the community and the council to understand what are your priorities, where would you like us to allocate time, could also include short-term rental enforcement. So and give you an idea of what we get complaints about and we are working on kind of every day in code enforcement. And then in November, we'd have a conversation about property maintenance standards. We have moved this part of the building code update on its own because we think this is an important aspect of neighborhood wellness. And so we'll have a specific conversation about property maintenance standards that we could enforce to encourage neighborhood wellness. And then finally, there's the safe housing strategic plan. And this would just memorialize the things that we do with the safe housing program. and also give us a roadmap to be able to do those things year over year. So, what are the outreach events that we will do? When do we have touch points with Cal Poly? How do we proactively engage tenants and landlords? How do we address complaints that we received? So it's very similar to the Greek house enforcement plan, but it's kind of a roadmap for us so that everyone understands how do we do these things and what are the extras that we do in addition to just the reactive enforcement.
Thanks. And then, so a follow-up to that, just to kind of get at the question of, can't we do these things more and faster? In order to move these things around or push something up into an earlier, say, if we wanted to move the safe housing strategic planning into an earlier year, that would require trade-offs and probably one or the other. It would require moving some of these things around and postponing something else.
Correct. And Emily, if you can go to the next slide. What I've done on this slide, and I can provide this to people, is shown by each quarter, what are the things that are related to housing, neighborhood wellness. This does not include all of the homelessness work program items because there are so many that it made the chart very difficult to read. But for example, you can see in Q2 of the first year, we have 5 kind of reporting out things that we're doing in community development. So what I would do is look at this and see, what would we have to flip-flop? And some of them are reliant on a previous conversation that happened, so it might affect other things. But we can do that if that's necessary.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of point out to the community that, there's a limited number of staff that can work on these things. And in this kind of constrained budget environment, wish that we could add a whole bunch more staff to do all the work that we want to get done quicker. But we are what we are and we have what we have to work with. And so that involves careful scheduling and trade-offs. So thank you for that. Do you want me to go ahead and keep going, or do other people have questions?
Does anyone else have anything to add to that topic? Because I do. Okay, so on that same conversation, sorry, I have 2 different parts of this. I'll go with the first part. Data, surveys, study session. We've done a lot of surveys as the city intentionally and had a lot of community engagement relatively recently. I think some of the feeling sometimes is, are we doing a study to study the answer we already have? And so I think that's the part where clarification will be helpful for the community to understand. The other part, when we talk about waiting until September, October for students, but then we're going to have the rental registry conversation in December when students are gone too. So I feel like if there's a way we can engage students differently, or asking them to kind of engage themselves and maybe have a couple representatives, they have systems for that there. It might be a good idea just so that we can keep things moving, because once we're moving, we want to keep it moving faster. So just thinking about, are there people that the students can reach out to specifically so they can kind of keep things moving?
Absolutely. And we'll use existing networks to get the word out and gather feedback. The tenants union is a great example. ASI is a great example. So we have those connections. We can use those networks. And, as we would with any topic like this or study session, we'll have the ability to provide feedback, long in advance of the study session happening. So I hear that, and the answer is yes, we will do what we can.
Great, and I totally hear you about the capacity of our staff on really everything that we're doing and the long list. So please know I am very much aware of that at the same time. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you for your questions and for drilling down on that a little bit. And I really appreciated the intent to time it with the students coming back. But also just wanted to reinforce that we have, a lot of data from the last 2 years. So if we could find wiggle room in the schedule, I just wanted to be the third voice to say I'd be in favor of bringing it up in the summer if there's room. Obviously, looking at the schedule, it's really packed. But if we find a little wiggle room there, the sooner the better for these things, I think. So thanks.
City Manager.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a little bit on the kind of nomenclature that we're using here as well. When we're referring to a study session, it's kind of our way of distinguishing it from a public hearing where we're ready to adopt something. So we could call it a business item to discuss and receive direction, because that's really what we would be talking about during these items. And I just want to kind of reassure everyone that we're not just in the constant study mode. This is really the mechanism that we use to get that direction on what it is that we are going to then go do, to bring back and have adopted to be able to then enforce out in the community. So I just wanted to clarify that piece of things. And I know Director Tway has looked really carefully at the program and these steps to try to make sure that they are realistic and deliverable with the resources that we have, and make sure that we're careful about putting them in the right order and checking in as we need to make sure we're on the right path and not, say, running down an area that folks aren't really interested in. Or the other piece too is, as an example, when we talk about a rental registry, that can look like something. They don't all operate the same ways, and the levels of resources that would be required can be quite different. And that would be the same with pretty much any of the options that we'll talk about. So it's we need to make sure that we gather all those options, gather the information, and make sure that we're able to provide you all in the community with a realistic idea of what we can actually accomplish, to make sure that we're selecting things that we can then realistically move forward with. That's just, it takes time and research. We do have some head starts in some areas, but I believe what we've put here is ambitious, and yet we think still achievable.
Thank you. And I think the comments around, but someone's living in an unsafe place now, I think it's just probably our job as councils to continue to help people know, and staff as well, and volunteers as well. There's laws, there are rules for this, there's ways to work with code enforcement and have your unsafe current living situation helped. So I think that's part of the challenge. Is I think people are concerned about what they're in right now in their unsafe housing versus how do we fix things for the long term. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to close with a similar thought that if somebody is in an unsafe condition now, they can still reach out to staff, and they can reach out to code enforcement, and they can utilize resources if they're a Cal Poly student that are available to them. There's a off-campus housing office at Cal Poly that can help them manage these situations and there's legal resources. There are resources available to help people if they're in that situation, and we will continue to help try to navigate people to those resources. These are all forward-looking policy considerations and decisions and things that we can look at to help people better in the future, but they're definitely not going to help anyone right now today in this situation. So thank you for answering those questions. Is there any other questions? Okay. So if you want to go back to the slide, maybe with the questions on it. First of all, just thank you to staff. Obviously, this was a very long but hopefully useful presentation and exchange, and appreciate all the public comment from the community. Obviously, it led to more questions, which is always helpful when the community kind of points out to us what doesn't make sense to them, and gives us an opportunity to clarify things as well. I also want to commend staff on looking at the work program goals, and I had the benefit of agenda review this morning and got a chance to say this to those who were in the room, but I just really appreciate how specific and action-oriented the action items, the work plan items are this year. That's been one of my complaints, if you will, over the years, is that sometimes there's just a lot of, we'll continue to do that and we'll continue to do this, and they're not very easy and specific to tell when that item is accomplished, and these were very pointed and action oriented, so I appreciate that. There are a few that I'd be interested in. I'm largely supportive of all of them as they are. There are a few that I would love to see a little bit of tweaking on. We talked about this a little bit, but under the cultural vitality, economic resilience, and fiscal sustainability plank of the major city goals, where item 3A talks about the resources for childcare and implementing. That was very quick. It's a lot of slides.
66.
Yeah, there it is. 3A, I said. So work with CAPSLO to provide up to 9 grants to support new and expanded private childcare options and evaluate other approaches. And I think this is what you were getting at, Emily, with some flexibility there for permit fee subsidies. And I think what I heard Director Tway say is that we could also look at other ways to support the community in streamlining permitting processes or making it easier for people to open up childcare businesses or maintain their childcare businesses. So if we could add an element to that that helps include in that discussion ways to further facilitate childcare businesses, I would love to see that.
And is that outside of the checklist of streamlining in the 1B?
1B. Oh, yeah, I didn't, if that is gonna have a section that really focuses on the streamlining of implementing childcare businesses, then yeah, I thought that was a little bit more of a general business welcome program. So I just wanna make sure that as a council that has focused on implementing childcare more easily in our jurisdiction, that we make a special effort to facilitate those kinds of businesses, whether it's, I know I heard that our zoning codes are pretty permissible, but if there are other ways based on what the community development director and other staff are hearing that we can streamline that process and make it easier for folks, that's what I wanted to add some language about.
And then City Manager, did you want to add to that?
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify quickly that 1B mentions 18 most common business types, and one of those is definitely childcare businesses. So it will consolidate all of the requirements so people are really clear on what they need to do and the steps that are required when they come in. And so that is captured there.
Okay, if that's covered, then I will stand down on that one. I think I think we talked about all of the other things that in the safe housing category that I just wanted to be included in that discussion. I know that smoke-free buildings is already part of that discussion, but also other types of safety measures for buildings. I would love to be part of that discussion. And then I think Director Tway also mentioned the agenda correspondence that we got from a resident in the community that sounded like there was maybe some considerations around rental protections for mobile home park residents. So those would be kind of my tweaks that I would like to see in there somewhere. If the language themselves doesn't need to be in the work plan item, that's fine with me. I just kind of want to make sure that we don't miss those details as we go forward with the study sessions and discussions. I'll go on to the next question, I guess, if we want to keep going, which was it CIP? Sorry.
Can we finish the work programs first?
How do you want to do it, Mayor?
I figured each person would do all of their input, and then we can duke it out. There's issues between our different desires on the budget. Okay.
I think on CIP, just some overarching comments. I saw in the staff report on page 945, it talks about South Broad Street. And I don't know if this is now or at a future discussion about the 25-27 budget, but it said that staff would be looking for feedback from the council on whether or not we wanted to keep the $400,000 that had been dedicated to the Broad Street project in the 25-27 financial plan that was dedicated in 22-23. And I am a wholehearted yes to that. I think at that time, we wanted to put a priority on Broad Street and move that kind of up the list because it's a major arterial that's had pretty significant injuries on it. And so if there's a consideration of moving that $400,000 to another project or keeping it focused on Broad Street, I would like to see that happen. The only other things that I'll comment about the Prado Road and the bridge widening and the overpass, to me, those two things are kind of pretty connected, even though they are separate projects. And I am okay with moving the $5 million from the interchange fund to the bridge in the short term. The one thing that we talked about this during the main overpass discussion, that I'm still really concerned about is the possibility of getting ourselves into $75 million of debt in order to fund the interchange. And I know that we will continue as we proceed in the process to look for other funding and for regional support for building that interchange. I just really will look for every opportunity to say that $75 million is a lot of money for this city for a project that is really regional in nature and is going to benefit the whole region. And we have lots of other projects on our list that some of them require some debt financing in the future, and I would rather us use our debt financing need on some of those projects than this one. But otherwise, I'm fully supportive of everything that you all presented. I think we have some really hard decisions in the next couple of years. I appreciate the hard work that the department heads, staff, everybody has done to balance this financial plan for the 2 years. But I see, as Councilmember Boswell and many others have said, that we got to keep working on this. It's 2 years before we're going to be there. So thank you for all the work.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Boswell.
Yes, also echo the comments. Thanks very much to staff. I was certainly wondering a few weeks ago how much work we'd have to do tonight, and it's a lot, of course, but I think staff did an amazing job at not only getting us to a balanced budget, but really accounting for the public input that we've had, particularly at the workshop. But also in a lot of correspondence, trying to make sure that at least everything's been addressed in some manner, and also to taking our input in the previous meetings and doing a very good job of bringing us something that I don't feel needs too much tweaking. So again, thank you for the hard work on getting all that done. I do have a few issues I want to go through, a couple I'm just trying to understand maybe a little bit better. I'm going to start with this $45,000 for the Capslow Hotel Voucher Program. So if I'm reading the agenda correspondence correctly on this, it sounds like the $45,000 we had allocated for this fiscal year was used in 2 quarters, so it made it half the year. Is that correct?
City Manager.
And do we know what happened the other half of the year?
That is correct. My only hesitation is I don't know if it stretched, say, another month into the first quarter of this calendar year. We're in the other half, which basically means that CAPSLO does not have funding for hotel vouchers for folks who otherwise were using it. I believe in prior years that CAPSLO was able to use one-time funding from other sources like COVID-related funding that enabled them to supplement what we provided to them, which was the same amount, I believe, of $45,000. So certainly Daisy's in the weeds on that. So
Yeah, just to confirm that CAPSLO is correct. CAPSLO only was able to utilize that funding through the first 2 quarters, which ran through December of 2024. So as of January, they haven't had funding to continue the hotel voucher program. They continue to work with families and try to get them the resources that they need, but it has definitely kind of eliminated the extra capacity building that the hotel voucher program provides.
And just a follow-up there too, on the agenda correspondence, I think there's a line in here. It says the hotel voucher program is intended to provide additional capacity until CAPSLO completes the family shelter at 46 Prado. I'm sure that's a ways off, but is there any guess on timeline currently on that completion, which would possibly
I don't know. I can
relieve the city
invite
of-
Biz to share on that front, but yeah, it's several years out, and so this is intended to be, ongoing for the next several years. The hotel voucher program, that it's needed to kind of fill that gap until the family shelter is open.
Biz Steinberg from CAPSLO. We are just in the beginning process of cleaning that property and getting the testing. So this is longer than any time I would wish it would be, but it's reality. And then there are other funding sources depending on what we find in the soil. And that's done by that's a $700,000 grant from the state that's operating right now to find all that out. So we can then, we're working with architects and future design and all of that from our BASOS grant, but it's going to be 5 or more. It all depends. I wish it could be sooner, but we can't spend what we don't have, so it'll get there in the future.
Thanks for your hard work on that. So this is an item I would like to see us consider funding fully in the next budget cycle, and I'm even unfortunately worried that it might be even needed more next year than it has been this year due to potential economic conditions over the next year. So this is an item I would be looking for an additional $45,000 to maybe get us through a full year. Let's see, my second item on here is, I'm going to try to get the correct reference. This is the request for an additional FTE for dispatch for public safety. I just wanted I'd ask some questions again in the agenda correspondence about this. So I'm just trying to understand. I know this is a very challenging job, by the way, and I know it has a fairly high turnover. I assume it has a fairly high turnover in our city as well. And it just seems like, this is the first line in our public safety as people calling 911 for assistance. And, if this would help us to better deal with what is a fairly high turnover position, my understanding is that in many cases now supervisors are covering the shifts. So this one, public safety, is a high priority for me. And so maybe I see the chief has stood up, a little more insight as to how this additional FTE could assist with ensuring full coverage on our dispatch staffing.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell. So part of our staffing study, we looked at this position in particular to make sure we were right size for the volume of calls that we've been experiencing over the past couple of years, and we've seen those increase in some years double digits. With this next fiscal plan in particular, it was part of the presentation that we presented to council as an option, given some of the other constraints that we're having across the organization, that it's still out there, but we chose to pull it back from year one because we wanted to go ahead and focus on the 2 police officer positions. And historically, we've this past year or so, we were overstaffed. And so we had some salary savings in our sworn side. So we actually were able to fund that 12th position in our dispatch center. However, that person has now moved on, and so we're back to 11. So we're going to see a little bit of crunch for this next year, but we would certainly like to keep that front and center for council as any considerations may open up for this plan or mid-year.
And is the way it's being shown here is there the potential still to add this position in the second year of this budget? Is that how we're thinking about it?
City Manager?
No.
Thank you. It's an interesting nuance because we had that conversation and that is the hope, but we typically wouldn't show that in the financial plan at this point. The other piece of it is we haven't worked out how we would fund that either. So we will look at this. That's one of those pieces as well, that $3 million deficit that we're showing in year 3, it doesn't account for a position like this that we had talked about needing but delaying for a year. And so we will be looking at it as part of the supplement. So when we get to year 2, we will get another round of requests for significant operating budget changes that we'll need to evaluate and determine what we're able to accommodate. That I'm hoping, the desire is to bring a lot of those considerations into play when we start up another budget conversation just in the next couple of months to address the deficit in the future. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I don't think then for the moment I'll recommend any change there, ask for any change there. That was helpful. Thank you. I think I raised this before at our last budget meeting, and I didn't see anything proposed here, but that's my concerns about the status of the land use and conservation element of the general plan. We've heard the chamber mention this as well, and what in my assessment is a need to at least sort of kind of get started in this next budget cycle on thinking about how we're going to update the loose. I don't know if that's embedded anywhere in the budget and I missed it, but what I would at least be looking for maybe in the second year of the financial plan is a study session to determine scope and timeline around an update of the land use and conservation element, particularly given that the housing cycle will be kicking off soon into that next budget cycle. And it's a real opportunity to potentially update those 3 elements of the general plan together rather than updating the housing element based on what I'm starting to see as starting to get out of date land use and circulation element. So is that anywhere currently to do anything to move forward on the loose update in the budget? And if not, I would like to see however that has to get programmed as a second year item for a study session on scoping and timeline.
City Manager.
Thank you. I'll chime in and then hopefully, I don't know if Timmy comes running forward and jumps over if I've said something wrong. But what we've proposed here does not address a loose update. What it does contemplate is preparing for the housing element internally using our existing staff resources. So a study session to talk about scope and timing of a loose update, I imagine that's something that we could work into a work plan. And I'm saying I can't make eye contact with Timmy right now to see if there's daggers. She's nodding again. Okay, good. I think we could probably work in the next steps around resources for funding a plan like that is a different question. Typically, I'm sure you're very aware of if we are doing everything, then it's over $1 million worth of investment in the planning process, and obviously it takes typically a number of years to get there as well. But the funding end of it, there's not typically, a separate funding source for an effort like that. I mean, most jurisdictions usually fund them with general fund money. So we would need to look at making a number of adjustments to make that happen as well. But I think that scoping and time frame, and so we're all on the same page, is something that we could work to do.
Yeah, that's what I would be looking for in this cycle is just a work session on scoping and timeline so that we can make some decisions about, okay, do we want to, in fact, I'm speaking for myself, but do we want to update? Do we feel like an update is necessary? If so, what's the timeline? And would it make sense to do that while we're doing the housing element update? If we could have that kind of question answered going into the next budget cycle, then we've got better information about deciding, okay, in that next budget cycle, the next financial plan cycle, do we need to figure out how to identify additional funding to support that update? And the scoping would help us decide, to what extent we want to do that. And also looking at the other elements while we're at it, oftentimes, yeah, anyways, I'm concerned about going through yet another housing element cycle without having taken some sort of look at the land use and conservation element. So scoping could identify what does that look like? Yeah. So that's something I'd like to see again, probably in, what would that be, quarter 3 or 4 of second year. Okay, let's see. I think my last two are maybe a little simpler. My next one is just adding a line. Adding a line in our major city goals. Just saying something like initiate implementation of the Vision Zero plan. We have some budget for it, so I just think we should call it out directly within the language of the major city goals. And then my final one is, I'll start again with another question. One of the things I did in preparation for the budget meetings was trying to look back through a number of our other planning documents that had identified implementation mechanisms to see, were we kind of doing the things we've said we were going to do in previous plans. One of the things I paid careful attention to was the downtown concept plan, which of course is a concept plan, but it does have a set of implementation measures in that concept plan. I do feel like we're probably enough years down the road on the downtown concept plan that it's worth spending a little time assessing what have we actually done, because we've done some things in the downtown concept plan already. But I was identifying through my review a number of things that we hadn't done that I think we just had sort of short, medium, long-term objectives on those. But some things that we probably, when we created the plan, intended to be things we would have looked at by this point that we haven't looked at. And so particularly with the garage getting close to completion now, it gives us an opportunity, I think, to look at some things that we could do that might enhance the cultural arts district, for example. And so my question or my suggestion is that at some point in the next couple of years, we have some time where we might revisit the downtown concept plan to see how we're doing on implementation and whether there's any changes we might want to make or any of the things that we haven't been doing yet that we might want to begin to agendize or to look at in the next financial plan. Yeah. Sorry, Slade, I'm not sure I'm being totally clear. Anyways.
It makes sense.
Those are my items.
Thank you. City Manager, did you want to add to that?
If you're open to getting a little feedback from staff about adding something related to the downtown concept plan, I think our community development director has been looking at this and may have some thoughts about how that might fit in.
Thank you. Man, I love where your head's at with the planning. It's great. As much as I love planning, I mean, truly one of the challenges we have is just the amount of work. So I agree with you about the downtown concept plan. That would be a very exciting project that I think all the planners would be excited about. But given what we have here, I have concerns about that. I do want to highlight, we do have a specific focus group that I'm committed to convening specifically about housing, and in downtown in particular, why aren't we seeing the type of housing we want to see downtown? And so that could result in some recommended changes and things. So we're kind of trying to pull out the aspects of it that we are hearing from the community are most important. So there is a little bit of movement there with downtown, but not a holistic look at the plan. Love the idea though. If you want to take off a few of other things, we'll put it on there, but.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, I'm interested, you won't believe this, but I'm interested in another study session, which has to do with a golf course. So I just want to say that a long time ago, the golf course was an enterprise fund. And at some point, this is something I voted against unsuccessfully. At some point, the council decided to actually subsidize it through the general plan. And I said, that's going to be a financial disaster. And it pretty much is. So when we look at the agenda report with the golf course, we're talking about $600,000 in year 2 to get the bridge replaced, and then $250,000 to upgrade the irrigation system. And then there's the clubhouse, which apparently is going to be financed with insurance. I asked Greg Avakian to come up with this sheet that you have in front of you about the golf course revenue, which was $287,000 approx in 2024. And in that same year, we subsidize it with $735,747, which means it was about over $450,000 general plan contribution, generally. And so my big picture thought about the budget is, would it be better to use that land in another way? Basically, housing, community, a community center, and restoration of the creek, which would help Laguna Lake tremendously, but also, that's part of Perfumo Creek, and it's really in terrible shape. So I guess that's a question that I think we need to at least look at, and that is, do we want to keep subsidizing this golf course? I know it's very important to a very small number of people, mostly senior citizens, which is my demographic, so they'll be mad at me. But I just think that we could possibly save a bunch of money in the near term, and also just help the housing situation. I'd like to see affordable housing in that area. So I want to throw that out. as a big picture thing, and I think it's something we could at least look at. So I'd like to have a study session to at least look at that. If I had a magic wand, I would immediately have affordable housing there, but I don't have a magic wand. So the other question that I had to do with the public art process. And it's encouraging to hear that there is quite a bit of money in the public art fund, which I wasn't aware of. But the question that I have is, now that we have a public art coordinator, which I think is really a great idea, do we want to keep the same process that we have? So maybe, again, I'm asking for some kind of study session, or at least looking into the process that we have. We've been basically contracting out a lot of the public art. And in the past, public art projects have come back to council, which meant that the public had a chance to comment on it and weigh in one way or another before money was actually spent. The process was changed. I was not on council at that time, so I don't know exactly when it was changed. But now it's just the approval of the city manager, and a lot of it has been jobbed out to the museum. But now something has changed. We have an in-house community, a community person who's a public art coordinator. And I think it might be a good idea to just move the whole program back into the realm of the council and the public. The question is, some of these art projects that we that we finance through the fund are fantastic, and they've all got great artistic merit. But in terms of how the public relates to it, that's a whole nother question. So I get some feedback from people who are saying, well, why doesn't the public have a chance to weigh in on the public art? It just kind of happens, So that's the other kind of big thing that I wanted to bring up. I have a bunch of smaller things too.
Can I have the Director of Parks and Rec come up and kind of share how the public art process goes?
Sure.
Thank you. Might be helpful in the conversation, I think.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Greg Avakian, Parks and Rec Director. I can address both public art and golf if we want to entertain while I'm here. The public art process has got different nuances based off of the master plan and our policy manuals. Back in 2021, we had a partnership, a community agreement with our neighbors down the road here at SLOMA to select key pieces that were considered like temporary art or rotating art, murals, and our Mission Plaza sculpture. And then they were also commissioned to do one of our larger ones, which was the roundabout over at Tank Farm and Orchid. All those include, the temporary art doesn't include necessarily a community jury, because it's kind of a proposal, and it's we've had the Mission Plaza, I think we've had 4 different art pieces that are there for anywhere from 8 to 12 months at a time. The larger, like signature style sculpture or art pieces do use a community jury. We've got anywhere from 8 to 12 people depending on the scope of those things. That includes future ones that we're looking at. Shift is a sculpture over for the San Luis Ranch area that included neighbors and businesses in that area of town as well. The community agreement partnership, when it was drafted, I think we're on our last year of our second agreement, is through city manager, and we do look at it through a couple different city staff members, and we do present it not necessarily as an approval process, but the Parks and Rec Commission also has an opportunity to kind of have an advisory role in that portion, but they're not an official advisory body for the public art program. As far as the other art pieces, such as our box art program, very comprehensive community jury of the neighbors or local groups, depending on the neighborhood and streets that those are located. Currently, we have a large RFP going out right now for 20 different utility boxes throughout the city, and a lot of our historic districts are considered in that. So we're utilizing a lot of the neighbors and businesses in those specific zones to kind of to weigh in. But we're always happy to review and take suggestions from council on processes. The master plan and the policy for public art is needing to be reviewed, and this is something that we have on our work plan within this current budget with our public art coordinator and our recreation manager to oversee that process. And for public art, any questions more on public art?
Do you want to jump into the golf?
I can do.
There's no opportunity for it never comes before city council, so that whole process was cut out at some point. So I think it's just something we can deliberate about and decide if we want to.
Yeah, there's been some amendments, obviously, through the policy and the processes to, I think there used to be different advisory bodies that were included, such as, let's say, Cultural Heritage Committee or Architectural Review Committee. Those were eliminated, I think, due to probably some efficiencies, but again, coming back as far as reporting back what forecasted art projects are coming through. We try to keep our city manager involved, and obviously we can definitely provide more information to council at any time.
No, thank you. It's just it was something that was delegated to the city manager.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And do you want to share a little bit more about the golf course?
Be happy to. Just a little history. I know we got a little bit from Councilmember Marks. The course was built in the late 60s. This was, an HOA type property that the city bought the property in the mid 70s. I think it was 1978. And then started taking over operations in the early 80s. So it's got a long history with the city, but it was not a city project to begin with. The general fund transition, I believe, occurred in around 2011. And so it's been a little over, almost 20 years here, 15 years. And we did a comprehensive review in 2014, which might have been in your memory era, but we assessed programming and like-minded agencies and local community courses that are similar in size and focus, and did an assessment on programming as well as opportunities of concessionaire, of basically renting out the operations for a private group. And I believe there might have been some property assessment at that time too. We can look at our files. But that's about 10 years old and 11 years old at this point. As far as kind of the programming side, we have definitely expanded our programming in the last few years, especially coming out of the pandemic. We have about a 35% increase in revenue this year. In 2024, we're predicting about a 13 to 15% increase based off of that for this next year. So in a 2-year period, we're close to 50% increase. We do host a lot of different age groups, and I know there's a perception of golf, and we live that every day, and our golf staff have to kind of hear that as well. But we do partner with Laguna Middle School for PE classes, San Luis High School for some of their instructional courses. We have, I think, 6 different kinesiology sessions with Cal Poly in all 3 quarters. We have a First Tee program, which is a free program, national program that we offer for youth host at our course as well. So we have a large different dynamic, and we're happy to provide more details and kind of do an update assessment on what we've already kind of do on a quarterly basis of revenue, expenditure, programming, and some alternative opportunities. But the projects, we have an aging infrastructure, and much like the pool, it has a history. I think the pool's around almost 50 years old now as well, and but they're vital to our recreation and our community. But we would definitely be open for providing updated information to the council at your request.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have a few other little items with the Business Welcome Program, 1B. I think it would be a good chance to also as part of the business welcome program, to hand out the rental housing inspection checklist to businesses that are basically rental, housing rental, to just include it. And we're talking about how, how much work it would be to figure out which rental registry is the best way to go, but to just hand out the rental housing inspection checklist program and tell the landlords that they have a duty to give that to their tenants, so the tenants know specifically, hi, here's a list of stuff that is just basic. And maybe that you wouldn't want to use the old one, you'd want to update it or shorten it. But I think it's a good, through the business license program, the business welcome program, it would be a really good opportunity. Also with the integrated waste management rules and regulations, so that the restaurants and the food industries have so that they know you can't have styrofoam. Don't want to go through all the lists, but that would be a chance to just reach people when they're new, if they're just starting up here. Yeah, and again, with the rental housing registry program, I think the sense of urgency that we're hearing is real. It's not just because it's kind of, the cause du jour. It's because the rents keep going up, and people are experiencing a great deal of stress and pain. So I think that we need to begin implementation once we decide what the steps are, what rental registry we want to do, and perhaps it's kind of an incremental thing rather than a big one all at once. We need to actually make some progress there. On 4A, updating the tree regulations to streamline housing projects, that's fine, but we also need to support the urban forest. I don't want to say that if it's a housing project, it doesn't need to have any trees. So just want to make sure that staff is aware of that. One thing I didn't mention earlier, and that is that I think we need to increase the police presence in city parks, especially in Mitchell Park. It's getting really bad again. I don't know if we need to add more staff for that. And I mentioned, yes, including mobile home parks in under the it'd be 1G under the open space and climate action work plan. And I heard from Director Floyd that that would not be hard to do. In fact, it's already happening. So I think I'm getting down to the end of it. I just hope that, again, maybe it's not the public safety center, but we talked about, I mean, I really admire what the CIP program is doing to say, okay, we're going to actually try to slow down the number of projects over a period of years so we can do a better job of completing them and delivering the product. I think that's really good. But if we're facing an uncertain financial future, then I think we also need to consider if there are big savings that can be made by putting things off a year or two that are not urgent but are, you know, big ticket items. I just hope that we can do that and be flexible. So, and I also want to say I really appreciate everything that staff has done with this budget process. It's a lot, and I also really appreciate building in the flexibility and just being very frank when we're asking for timelines, or like, you know, say, well, we can't give you a timeline because we don't have the direction that we need, and I really appreciate that. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Francis.
Wow. I'm really impressed with what you guys came up with. I appreciate all of the hard work and the presentation. There's especially a packed housing program. I'm excited and perhaps a little daunted on behalf of the Community Development Department, but very supportive of the ambitious work plan that's laid out here. I'm going to kind of just go down the list of what I heard from my colleagues so that we can see where we can get some consensus here. I heard that the streamlining process for childcare was embedded in the current work plan, so just want to voice support for making sure that we have the flexibility and the language that we need there. I'm of course supportive of tenant protections, and I'm hearing and understanding that the strategy and intent behind the current schedule is very intentional. Just really enthusiastic about getting moving on those study sessions and in favor of, I think as Councilmember Marks mentioned, any incremental implementation that's possible along the way. Particularly want to make sure that we're making movement on tobacco-free multifamily and making sure that mobile homes are included in any policy decisions that we're making here. I heard Councilmember Boswell mention a scoping session for the potential loose, and would be supportive of making sure that we build that in so that we're thinking ahead about planning for planning at the end of this 2-year cycle. I'm happy with the current art process, but open to any staff feedback if there's specific issues that have emerged, if we're getting public pushback on anything in particular there. I was really happy to hear Councilmember Boswell bring up the CAPSLO funding. This was also really concerning to me. I think we keep asking our homelessness services to provide more and more services, and the reality is, as Councilmember Boswell alluded to, we have the potential to really see more folks facing being unhoused in the coming years, with what we're struggling with the economy and housing. And this is just kind of a small piece. I know we don't have money in the budget, but let's get a little bit creative and see if we can bridge at least that gap so that we can fund the hotel vouchers for the second half of the year. I'm not sure if we need language added to address some of the loopholes in the short-term rental housing policy that we have currently. It's not in the work items right now. I hear that we're working on it, but it is really part of our housing goals. There's probably several hundred units that are out there that are being used as short-term rentals that really should be part of our housing stock. And so I really want to make sure we close those loopholes. And I'll be honest, I'm also nervous about some of the upcoming maintenance needs at the golf course, looking at some of the CIP we have budgeted in there. I understand that the golf course is serving a wide range of our community, but it's also a pretty small portion of our community. And I, at the very least, would be interested in adding a work plan item just to hold a small, it doesn't need to be huge in scope, but a study session on maintenance, infrastructure, operating costs, really wrap our heads around what is this piece of infrastructure, what is it gonna need over the next 5-10 years? And I'd like to do that before we invest in any of the large capital projects that are programmed in. Yeah, I think we've gotta really think critically about where we're spending our money in the next few years. So that's it for items for me, unless we hear more from the mayor, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. I'll try to go through mine as quickly as possible as well, and then I think we may need a motion just to go a teeny bit longer so we can add some comments to each other's questions/comments. And then we have the liaison communication reports, or we could skip that, either one. So I will say that, yes, I agree also on the keeping the 400,000 for Broad Street. I have no question about that. I also agree with the childcare that it seems as though that it fits into 1B and 3A and a couple other places. So I'm good where we're going. I just think, hearing it from all of us is very clear, was probably helpful. I think with public art, I don't actually wish to change the process so much, other than I think there is question around community and how do they get some input. I know right now people can put input in through email, but if they want to be part of that, there's sometimes community members are part of the process. And so maybe how do we get that in, how do we get that more knowledgeable as far as how does the community feel that they can be involved in that? So I do think there is something around that, but when we're talking about core services and the budget so tight, is this what we're going to focus on right now? That's a question that I look forward to hearing what everyone has to say. I think that when we look at 3C, this might be a place to talk about, yes, we are supportive of the hot house, and there's going to be 2 more places vacant as they take over the new place. So when we talk about vacancy rates and the economic success of downtown, I don't know that the fee tax idea works today as far as adding that to a work plan, but I do think at some point, when are we going to start talking about it? You all know which buildings have been open for a very long time without any desire to move forward. And so there gets to be a point where how does that help our economic resiliency? How does that help our downtown being the heart of the city? And I don't know how to fit that in right now when I see such a packed work plans, but it does seem we continue to put that out or push that out because it's not right now. And I wonder if it would almost help us get some of the economic resiliency being more successful if we actually dealt with the vacancy tax fee. Sorry, I don't ever say it right. But I feel like there's something to be said about that we can continue to talk about. As far as the number 1C, I think it says C, but it might be B. The Community Academy program, obviously it's already here, so I wholeheartedly support that. And I also think we should consider maybe having that in another of the main language, Spanish, that is outside of English here. I do think that's something that would be important. I know we've all talked about it, but I just want to say it out loud that I think it would be really helpful. I have had many conversations with staff about is that enough money and is it the right times, and I think the outreach is the right amount, and so I'm thankful for all the work that has gone into that, because I do very much worry around education and outreach and changing, because we have changed our election process, and I don't think there's been enough people that really understand this is what we're doing this coming November, or November 26th. So I really just am concerned about that communication. On the housing, I do think that the way that we have the timeline from Director Tway and the agenda correspondence shows us a really good timing to see is Rentalscape working or not, and I think, or could be better, because I think we do need to talk about that short-term rentals. I mean, that those are spots that people could either be living in or finding some other way to make that work better, with a business, with the business tax that people currently pay for their business license fee, et cetera. We have about 8% vacancy, is my understanding, in the city for housing, and so if that is including those short-term rentals or not, I don't 100% know. I know there's some bills at the state level that could be really affecting us in the near future with short-term rentals, and hopefully we'll be keeping tabs on that. The hotel voucher program, I totally hear you, Councilmember Boswell. If we, in the first half, already have gone through it, how else do we help? And if the second question is, well, we don't want people on our streets, well then, where else are they going? That is concerning. And I know that CAPSO, Five Cities Homeless Center, you could name all the nonprofits and helpers. They're doing everything to work as best as possible as they can. But that is something that I wonder, can we find 45,000 more? And at the same time, we also have seen how hard it was to do a balanced budget. And the animal control is going to be 50,000 more. So that means finding another 100,000 more, and I don't know if we can do that. Vision Zero, I know, is coming back to us sometime before the end of this year, this current fiscal year. So with that, I don't know, giving direction on Vision Zero today makes sense. I believe it is part of the active transportation plan. I believe we'll be having more conversation about that. As far as like how to fit that in the work plan, I think we would probably know more after that meeting. And we'll go from there. I think that always advocating and letting SlowCog know we want to be part of the transit center, I think makes sense. I don't think they're ready for that until additional funding comes, is my understanding. And so I'm trying to go as fast as possible, but there's still a few things in my notes. Ooh, okay, so the update in the loose. I mean, we've talked about this for a while, and I totally hear you on the sense that we need to make sure we're working on the same page in tandem with our separate plans. And at the same time, even though it wasn't in the work plan as far as our housing element, my understanding is we are supposed to work toward that in 28 anyway. So is that part of almost the core services, not necessarily work plan? And my understanding would be yes, to a point. So I'm a little bit perplexed as to how do we find an extra $1 million worth of time and energy in a very uncertain time to update the loose right now. That's where I'm concerned. I don't know that I'm saying yes or no on that per se. I don't have a really strong feeling because I see really both sides of that. I see the finances being if we want to just drop a lot of the things that we already have in these work plans and just do the loose, then I feel like that's what we're asking staff to do, is all these fun things we just talked about today, fun and not so fun. It's like, take that all out, and we didn't have today's conversation. So that worries me we already have project managers that are going to be doing 7 projects instead of 3, but less than 9. So, what does that look like? So I think in that sense, to me, at the absolute end of this next 2-year financial plan, if we're at least having here's what we'll be talking about next, I hear you on that, and I'd be really open to having that kind of start of the conversation. So I don't know how to fit that in the work plan per se. I am, of course, highly concerned as to federal dollars and what that's going to look like to our transit, all of our transit. So just want to support our short-range transit plan. I want to support how do we get more evening covered in the future. And while we say that, how do we say that when we don't know what our dollars will look like in the long run? So that does concern me a little bit. I do support taking the money from the Prado overpass to the Prado bridge so we can continue to move that along, knowing that we know there's the other funding that's coming, so it'll be okay, versus wondering where that will come from. And that does feel important. The last thing, second to last thing I will say is public restrooms in parks. Is something we don't have here at all. I feel like, again, this is probably a core service kind of thing, but at the same time, it's not fully. So just wondering kind of where that fits in when we have to constantly shut down our parks restrooms. That I think is a concern and a problem for lots of reasons that I won't go into right now because we're already at 11:03. So I don't know where that fits in our budget by the June 17th, but I do think that it's concerning that we don't have this kind of pointed out and talked about at all. And then lastly, as far as the concept plan, knowing our current budget, I don't see how we could do a study session on that, but I do know that we have some of it done. And I think similar to the housing and tenants and people who are motivated now, I think this is the point where the Downtown Association Board should be driving that concept plan conversation more than us driving that. And I think that the tenants have an ability to help us kind of move forward the Ask Slow or the rental housing website or whatever it might be to help people get into more safe housing now that are currently concerned now about their housing. So I do think we have some ways to help us help the community now in addition to the work plan that isn't necessarily requiring the staff. And that's, I think, where we as council people can help the volunteers and the community members in this community to do some of that work and not necessarily depend on the staff, because they've done that work and it's available now. So that's my 2 cents on, lots of sense on the work plans. Since it is 11:05, and I think we'd all like to comment on each other's thoughts. Can we have a motion? And I have Vice Mayor, and then I believe Councilmember Marks.
I'll make a motion to go past 11 o'clock at 11:05.
Thank you. And Councilmember Marks, would you like to second that?
Yes.
Okay, she's seconding that without her microphone. Can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks? Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. So we can wrap this up. Okay. Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Okay, since I went first now, I got to hear all the things that you all wanted to add to the list and had already spoken. So I'll try to give my 2 cents on some of the things that were brought up. And my understanding, and I did talk about this at agenda review with the staff team, is I think they did a great job of assembling and creating these work plan items to describe the new things that we're going to add. What isn't necessarily visibly obvious here are the things that are ongoing or that are already in the works. And so my understanding, based on some of the discussion and questions and answers tonight, were about, because I had some concerns about the short-term rental items that you brought up, but my understanding from what staff responded is that these are things that they're already working on and they're not planning to stop working on them. So I was content with not adding it as a work plan item tonight, because I feel like they assured me that they've got it covered. I would have said that I would say the same thing about Vision Zero. Vision Zero is something that I very much want to see implemented, but I understood that there's already money dedicated to it and it's already in the plan. So even though it's not articulated here in our major city goal work plan, that it's still something that's happening. If that's not the case, then I may have a different, but I'm seeing nods from our city manager. So I don't really feel the need to add language to the work plan items about that, because I'm content that they are already working on it. The loose item that you mentioned, Councilmember Boswell, I can see the value in at least starting the conversation about that, maybe at the end of the 2-year plan in terms of the timing. I know that the Community Development Department and Public Works also have a pretty ambitious timelines already lined out for all the things that they're going to do. But if there is space to have a strategic discussion about timing and scoping somewhere in here, then I am supportive of that, as long as it doesn't mean having to trade that for something else. I don't want to derail any of the other items in order to do that at this point. I do see a value in creating some sort of, I know in the past we've called it a bike rack, for maybe some of these things that we don't really have time or energy or resources to put into this financial plan, but maybe we create a list of things that came out of this discussion that we put on a list for a future time, either 2 years from now, or that we can reevaluate, or as resources, additional resources maybe become available. I don't know if that's possible, but maybe, we can always hope. About the public art process, I think I'm kind of aligned with the mayor, and that I think there's definitely room for more communication and more engagement in the community about what the public art looks like and how they can participate in that process. I don't really want, just to be selfish and realistic, I don't want public art projects to come back to the council for final approval, because I feel like our agendas are already really packed. And I am perfectly content to leave that to an advisory body or a community group or a jury or however we see the community giving the feedback that they want on the art pieces that we choose. I don't think everything needs to be approved by us. There are other ways to get that feedback. In terms of the golf course, you know, I know this has come up over the years about whether or not this is something that a city should be running and that it's not budget neutral, it doesn't pay for itself. There have been, I know that in Leadership SLO, we did a case study about this on Government Day. You know, it was the topic that we debated in our fake council meeting, and it always raises a lot of questions. But a lot of the things that we do are not profit making or do not break even, and there's a lot of value in that golf course to the community, and that it hosts all sorts of events, not just golfing. So I really do think that it's used by the community. I would be okay in a couple of years if we have given some of the new improvements, the capital projects that we're going to, that are set to be implemented there, get some of those implemented and then see what happens with the revenue. Maybe if it's got a real clubhouse that people want to stay at and eat in, and the bridge is fixed, more users might come out and start using it and maybe start generating a little bit more revenue to cover more of its costs. So I would say like table that for a couple of years, not in this financial plan. And then last but not least, about the funding for hotel vouchers. This is a tough one. I know we all want to fund as much of the homeless services as we can. There is limited funds. I know that I'm pretty confident. I'm kind of looking at their CEO there to see for a nod, but I'm pretty sure that if they run out of the city's $45,000 halfway through the year, they don't start telling people, no, we're not going to put your family in a hotel room overnight. I'm pretty sure that they have other funding sources. As happy as I'm sure they'd be for us to give them another $45,000, I know that they are resourceful and have other ways of making things work. Or I hope they do. And I don't know where we would get the $45,000, as you said, Mayor. So let's see. If we were going to put together sort of a bike rack or a parking lot for items to think about when future resources allow, I heard downtown concept plan being a discussion item. I heard golf course study session. I heard looking at fees or taxes or other policy mechanisms that we can pull to help tackle downtown vacancy issues. And then I would also like to add to the list, one thing that I have talked to city staff about is looking at, besides all the wonderful capital improvement projects that we have to increase our walkability and bikeability within the city, and all of our active transportation project implementation, I would like to see us find some time to look at some other policy solutions to just make walking and biking easier for people to adopt. There's lots of stuff that happens at the state level around this, but I think there are some creative solutions, policy solutions that we could also look at the city. So I will leave it there and look forward to hearing what else you all say.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I just have a question in terms of coming up with a motion. Because although I voted to go past 11, I'll tell you I'm not going past 11:30. So does staff have enough kind of feedback from us, or do you need a motion where we're calling out all these individual items and you figuring out if there's a majority of the council that agrees with this or that?
I think City Manager would like to give some input on that.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. I've been trying to track where we are and on these additional items, and my sense is we're kind of I haven't been able to piece together a majority direction on some of them. So if you would indulge me in just getting kind of a straw poll on at least the items that I thought on the work plans and then on the funding side. So maybe we could start with funding, which is the hotel voucher, additional $45,000 for that. My understanding is that CAPSLO does not have other funding sources, and so people are not being put in hotel rooms. That these have been used for families, and so they're trying to find other spaces for the families, but not through the hotels themselves. So just to clarify, that's my understanding at this point in time. So I think if there was a majority direction for us to add an additional $45,000 to that part of our contract, we would go back and in the intervening month, essentially look for the funding in the budget and then bring that back as part of the public hearing item. So I'm seeing a lot of nods, thumbs up. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I counted at least 3, so that's helpful. I think that one was pretty clear, the $400,000 on Broad Street, to continue to use that on Broad Street, that's been clear as well. The other questions getting into the work plan items, I think that's where I have more questions. So I did hear a number of questions about making sure that we have a work plan item that really prioritizes streamlining for childcare businesses. So we will take another look at that language, I think, and make sure, kind of tighten it up and make sure it really clearly shows that. So I think that seems pretty clear to me. Short-term rental ordinance loophole questions, it sounds to me that our current plan of working with Rentalscape, seeing where we are, trying to work within our current ordinances is where we're at, and we don't need to add a specific work plan item about that. Is that correct? Okay. I'm going in order of easier to harder, perhaps. The discussion of a vacancy tax or fee or method of addressing the vacancies downtown, it sounds like that's an idea that for exploration at another time, maybe. No, so bike rack, that one, not for this financial plan.
Enthusiastic bike rack, I like that.
Exclamation point. I did not hear a majority to move forward with a study session to discuss the public art program. So that was the consensus that I reached there. Okay, got it. Then the golf course, that one I'm not sure about. So what I was sort of envisioning was direction to conduct a study session to discuss something like the current and future fiscal impacts as well as potential reuse of the city golf course. And we would do that before the time frame that's planned for the next major infrastructure project, so the bridge, so that if the direction was to move forward with doing something different, we wouldn't have just spent $500,000 on an improvement there. So if that's, I'm not certain about a majority. I see 1 thumbs up, 2. That one, actually, I believe we would be able to accomplish that. I think maybe the hardest thing would be finding the space on our agenda. And, you know, I believe a lot of the information is pretty well gathered. The other piece is we could spend probably a whole day doing a visioning exercise around the potentials for the site. And so it's about how big we want to go with it. But the data is fairly easy for us.
Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, and I want to be clear since I jumped on this that I don't think we have the bandwidth right now to envision some different use, nor do I think that would be, I don't think we can do that at this moment. But I am just interested in exploring whether or not we want to continue to throw money at it right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, is it the money pit concept? Is it the overall good? I mean, is it the Easter spring fling or non-Easter spring fling event? No, but the egg hunt, we just had this last weekend. You know, that's not really a money-making event either, but we do it for the families to have fun. So where do we find that balance? And that might be part of the discussion. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I just think it's a lot of money, and it's going to keep on being a black hole financially. There's just no doubt. And so it's true that we do subsidize recreational, you know, programs, but I think that we need to have more information and more data before we can make a rational decision. Do we really need to have a golf course, or is there a better use for that land? We own that land. When I'm just looking around, and I'm responding also to what Councilmember Boswell was talking about, the loose. And if you talk about where can we have housing, all right? So to me, that's one place that we could, you know, envision housing. So I think we at least need to get the data and then see where we go from there.
I think as the city manager has shared, that it's not as much work as I was worried about for staff. So if we have the capacity, I'm comfortable with at least having the study session to learn about it more. Vice Mayor?
I'm aligned, I think, more with Councilmember Francis. I mean, I have a hard time talking about or creating a situation where we're talking about changing the use of a park when we also are underparked in our community. So, but if it's relatively easy to just have that fiscal analysis, then I'm okay with that without sacrificing another item in the work plan. That was my biggest concern, is analyzing something when we don't have the capacity to add more.
I appreciate that. I think knowing the teams involved with doing that analysis and presenting, it's not our community development department who has a lot of those are the other pieces that we're trying to think through here. And so I do think we'd be able to accomplish that. And we'll go ahead and add that to the work plan under the fiscal sustainability piece. And so then the last question is the loose update conversation and whether we're ready to add that in. I think I do still have questions about staff capacity. That one is more challenging, realizing here I've been kind of contemplating how we would fit that in. And also knowing that the study sessions we've built in do intend outcomes from there that staff would then be bringing forward as well. So I'm trying to piece that together in my head. So I believe Director Tway has she's been thinking about this as well. So if you're interested in getting a little bit more feedback on what that might look like.
I think interested for sure.
Thank you.
It's late, so I'm going to say yes now instead of no, right? I think where I would recommend, if we could recommend a change to one of these before it comes back, it would be the initiate an update to the 7th cycle housing element through the creation of an RFP for consultant services as part of that work program. I would propose that we bring the RFP, to the council in some form and have attached a study session conversation about the loose. Because by that time we will know what our RENA numbers are, which I think will inform both the RFP, how much work do we need to put into the housing element? Are there going to be major rezoning efforts? Which also would then inform whether or not we would need a loose, and we could have a conversation about it then. So we can change that work program item if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Can you remind me of the timing on that? When was that anticipated to come?
That is the very last quarter of the second year.
So that would kind of align with what Councilmember Boswell was recommending.
And I think those two things, obviously are very aligned, but knowing our arena and kind of what our housing element might look like will be really important, I think, for the loose conversation.
Cool. Thank you. I think you're getting some nods from all of us. Thank you very much. City Manager.
Thank you. So that's a yes to that modification on that work plan item. And those were the things I had written down as possibilities for discussion in terms of addition. So if there's anything that I missed in there, certainly ready to talk through that.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just on the initial point that I was apparently so severely wrong about the funding for family housing, for family vouchers, I just want to say that I'm supportive of it knowing what I know now. And we as a city spend a lot of resources on homelessness, and there are other resources and other entities that I know we partner with, and I know we're talking about a housing compact, the homelessness compact. And this is not something that we as a city should have to shoulder on our largest largest homeless services provider in the county. So I just want to make that point that I appreciate that we're all temporarily willing to fill this need, but it's, shouldn't be an ongoing thing. Thank you.
I very much agree with you. Councilmember Marks?
Yeah, just one item, taking money from the overpass to the bridge. I'm okay with that. I don't know if everybody else is. That's the only thing in my notes that I think you might have missed, so.
Okay, I think we've got through it all. It is 11:27. Anyone? No. Anyone need a vital, serious, important update in your liaison committee or communications?
No.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Francis.
On the 7th, myself and many members of the city staff attended the priority setting session for CAPSLO for their homelessness strategic plan. So that's moving ahead and making really good progress. Excited to see what comes out of that. Also was named the liaison to CAPSLO Child Care Resource Connection, and we'll have my first meeting in that capacity on Thursday.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And with that, we will end the meeting at 11:28. See you all in 2 weeks.